Good afternoon and welcome to this National Assembly live broadcast. It is the Thursday afternoon of September 10th, 2020. This broadcast is courtesy of the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in collaboration with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. My name is Gladys Mungai. Let's start off by having a look at the order of business this afternoon session. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Orders number 42A, subsection 5, members of Parliament will be fielding questions before specified departmental committees. Honourable Member for Baringo Central, Joshua Kandie, will be asking the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development and Public Works to explain why the construction of Cabranet Medical Training College KMTC, which is in Baringo Central constituency and which was under construction by the ministry and 70% complete, has stalled for over 10 years. Equally, he'll be seeking to get an answer on why the college is yet to be equipped with essential amenities such as hostels and lecture halls, despite the fact that the college is already admitting students, and what measures are put in place to ensure that the remaining % of unfinished works is completed. Those particular questions will be replied before the Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. Honourable Member for Laikipia, Catherine Waruguru, will be asking the Cabinet Secretary for Transport to explain why the tarmacking of the road at Kichinjio area through Matanya to Thome areas in Nanyuki has halted, and considering that tarmacking of the said road is long overdue, what measures the ministry is putting in place to ensure that the road project is completed expeditiously. That question will be replied before the Departmental Committee on Transport and Public Works. Honourable Member for Soy, Honourable Caleb Kositani, to ask the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government to provide the status of the implementation of the Huduma number, whose registration exercise in 2019 was directed as mandatory by government to all persons. And how does the government intend to use the said Huduma number, and when the Huduma cards will be ready for collection and use? The MP will equally be seeking to get an answer on how much money was used by the government in the exercise. This is including registration services rendered and acquisition of the biometric kits used in carrying out the exercise, and as well where the kits were stored for future use. How will the persons who did not register for the number due to various reasons, that is including lack of the required documents such as birth certificates and identity cards, access government services if the use of the number is effected? Those questions will be replied before the Departmental Committee on Security and National Administration. A couple of motions are set to be moved on the floor of the House this afternoon. The Chairperson, Public Investment Committee, will be moving a motion on audited financial statements for state corporations, that this House adopts the 23rd report of the Public Investment Committee on its consideration of the Auditor General's report. This is on the financial statement of state corporations. That particular report was laid on the table of the House on July 2nd, 2020. Equally, the House will be resuming debate on the inquiry into the status of dams in Kenya. It is a motion by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Environment on inquiry into the status of dams in Kenya, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, October 17th, 2019. The Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources, will equally be moving a motion on the inquiry into the death of 11 black rhinos after they were translocated to the Tsavo East National Park Sanctuary. Also lined up for debate in this afternoon sitting is the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, Senate number 3 of 2019, by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. That particular bill is in its second reading. The Chairperson, Special Funds and Accounts Committee, will be moving a motion on the audited financial statements for the National Government Constituencies Development Funds for the constituencies in Kiambu County. Also lined up for debate is a special audit report on the procurement of pre-export verification of conformity of standard services used for motor vehicles, mobile equipment, and used spare parts, Kenya Bureau of Standards. On your screens is the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Justin Muturi, making his way into the chamber. I'll now hand you over for the live broadcast. My name is Gladys Mungai. Enjoy your viewing.
Let us pray. Almighty God, who in wisdom and goodness have appointed the office of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of important trust in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation in so just and faithful manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to enforce the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Ring the bell. Ring the bell.
Sawa. If you're just following up on this afternoon session, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Justin Muturi, has just requested for a bell to be rung. This is to allow for more members of Parliament to make their ways into the chamber, as the quorum has not yet been attained according to the standing orders. The House will require at least 50 members of Parliament for it to transact its business. The House is this afternoon also set to debate the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, This is Senate Bill number 24 of 2018. The County Statutory Instrument, Senate Bill number 21 of 2018, by the Chairperson, Committee on Delegated Legislation, currently in its second reading, is also lined up for debate. The Chairperson, Select Committee on NG Constituency Development Fund, whose bill is on County Wards Equitable Development Bill, Senate Bill number 34 of 2018, is also lined up for debate in this afternoon session. Honorable Member for Malindi, Honorable Aisha Jumwa, will be asking the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries to provide the status of the Galana Kulalu Irrigation Project, a national flagship project that cuts across Kilifi and Tana River counties. This is in regards to its viability, funds utilized from inception date, trials and actual production of crops, and feasibility studies, as well as research done so far. This is including the involvement of Green Araya Limited Company from Israel. She'll also be seeking to understand whether the public participation was involved and stakeholders' engagement carried out prior to its implementation as provided in Article 118 and 232 of the Constitution, and what were their submissions. Those particular questions will be replied before the Committee on Agriculture as well as Livestock. Honorable Member for Moiben, Honorable Cyrus Terren, to ask the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure and Housing to explain why the construction of Kitale Endebess Suam Road in Endebess constituency has stalled. This is despite being funded, and what measures the ministry has put in place to ensure that the construction of the said road resumes as soon as possible and it is completed in time. And could the Cabinet Secretary give an undertaking to ensure that the road diversions created by the contractor and which is currently impassable is made motorable? That particular question will be replied before the Public's Works and Housing Departmental Committee. Member for Laisamis, Honorable Marcelino Malimo, to ask the Cabinet Secretary, to ask the Chair of the Teacher Service Commission what criteria is used by Teacher Service Commission during the localization of teachers in the country. The quorum in the chambers has been attained. I'll now hand you over for the live broadcast.
Order number 2, communication from the Chair.
Honourable members, as you may be aware, the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2020, was published via Kenya Gazette Supplement number 89 of June 6, 2020, to effect various amendments to 38 statutes. The bill, which is sponsored by the leader of the majority party, was read a first time on 23rd June 2020. It was thereupon referred to various departmental committees for consideration in accordance with their respective mandates, as indicated in my communication of 25th June 2020. Honourable members, as you will recall, in my communication of 15th of July 2020, I acceded to a request by the leader of the majority party for the withdrawal of proposed amendments to the following 8 statutes as contained in the bill. 1, the Criminal Procedure Code, Cap 75, the Evidence Act, Cap 80, the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act of 2003. Number 4, the Public Officer Ethics Act of 2003. 5, Proceedings of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Act of 2009. 6, the Counter-Trafficking in Persons Act of 2012. 7, the Leadership and Integrity Act of 2012. and number 8, the Bribery Act 2016. Honourable members, I wish to inform the House that I have since received 2 other letters from the Leader of the Majority Party dated July 30, 2020 and August 28, 2020, respectively, requesting my consent for withdrawal of proposed amendments to sections 13, subsection 1, 46, subsection 1, and 61, subsection 1 of the Energy Act 2019, and proposed amendments relating to the Film and Stage Play Act, Cap 222, as contained in the bill. Honourable members, in his request, the Leader of the Majority Party indicates that the said proposed amendments relating to the Energy Act 2019 contravene the Mwongozo Code of Governance for State Corporations and other government policy directives governing the appointment of chief executive officers of state corporations. With regard to the proposed amendments to the Film and Stage Play Act, Cap 222, he indicates that the Ministry of Information, Communication and Technology, Innovation and Youth Affairs is currently formulating the National Film Policy. I have acceded to the 2 requests, which implies that the bill will now undergo public participation, second reading, and other stages without making reference to the withdrawn sections and acts. Further, the bill will now proceed as though the withdrawn sections and acts were not part of it as published. Even as I grant this consent to our members, I wish to caution the House as follows. 1, this is going to be the first time that more than 2 requests regarding withdrawal of proposed amendments to parts of a particular bill are permitted. Indeed, this relatively new measure in our legislative processes is intended to be applied sparingly. The process should not be a replacement to the Committee of the Whole House stage, where the mover of the bill is at liberty to propose amendments to delete any provisions contained in a bill. Number 2, if such partial withdrawals are several and introduced at varying times, they not only present an untidy manner of processing a bill, but may also project the House as unsystematic in its processing of legislation, particularly when the withdrawals are made at the penultimate time after the relevant committees have concluded the process of considering and undertaking public participation on the particular bill as published. Where there has been change of mind or position in the process of lawmaking, the tidy options have either been to withdraw the bill or republish it, or move deletion of the offensive provisions at the Committee of the Whole House stage. Honourable members, given this background, going forward with respect to this particular bill, I will find it extremely difficult to consent to any further requests for withdrawal of parts of its provisions, and any such process be undertaken in the normal course or stages of the consideration of the bill. The House is accordingly informed.
Order number 3, messages.
Honourable members, you may recall that on the 5th of August 2020, the National Assembly passed the Parliamentary Pensions Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2019. The bill was sponsored by the Leader of the Minority Party, the Honourable John Bundy. Following its passage, I did present the bill for assent to His Excellency the President in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution and our own standing orders. However, in exercise of the powers conferred under Article 115, Clause 1, Paragraph B of the Constitution, His Excellency the President, by way of a memorandum dated 7th of September 2020, has since referred the bill back to the National Assembly for reconsideration. Honourable members, in his memorandum, His Excellency the President has expressed reservations on Clause 2 of the bill, which sought to amend Section 8 of the Parliamentary Pensions Act, Cap 196, to provide for an entitlement for former members of Parliament who served between 1st of July 1984 and 1st of January 2001 to a monthly pension of 100,000 shillings. Amongst the reasons for his reservations, His Excellency the President notes the following. 1. Members' pensions under the Act are calculated according to the contributions paid into the scheme during their parliamentary term. The proposed amendment fails to provide for such calculation and makes no reference to the members' contributions. 2. The bill overlooks the mandates of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission under the Constitution, which comprises, among others, the setting and review of remuneration and benefits for all state officers, who include members of Parliament. And finally, the proposed pension payment will result in an annual cost implication of about 444 million shillings. Added to this will be the almost certain demand for similar upward review of pension benefits by other retired state and public officers, which is within their rights to demand. The resultant ripple effect is unaffordable and fiscally unsustainable. Consequently, His Excellency the President recommends deletion of the said clause of the bill, which, as a matter of fact, is the primary content of the bill. Honourable members, Standing Order number 154, subsection 2, requires the House to consider the President's reservations within 21 days upon receipt of the memorandum. In this regard, the reservations of the President, as contained in his memorandum, now stand committed to the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning for consideration, which should table its report soonest to allow the House to consider the President's reservations within the same timelines. Honourable members, may I at this point remind the House of the Speaker's communication of July 28, 2015 concerning the consideration of the President's reservations to a bill and amendments thereto. I particularly draw your attention to my guidance that the voting threshold for the passage of amendments proposed by a committee or an individual member that have the effect of fully accommodating the President's reservations is a simple majority, as contemplated under Article 122, Clause 1 of the Constitution, read together with Article 115, Clause 2, Paragraph A. On the other hand, an amendment that does not fully accommodate the President's reservations, or indeed one that has the effect of a total override of the President's reservations, including negating his proposed text, would require a 2/3 voting threshold to be passed in keeping with the provisions of Article 115, Clause 4 of the Constitution. Honourable members, I therefore direct the clerk to circulate the memorandum from His Excellency the President to all members so that they familiarize themselves with its contents. I thank you.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Leader of Majority. Leader of Majority. Papers.
Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House. Today, Thursday, September 10th, 2020, in the afternoon sitting. Number 1, the reports of the Auditor General and the financial statements in respect to the following institutions for the year ended 30th of June, 2019, and the certificates therein. Number 1, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. Number 2, Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, the Staff House Mortgage and Car Loan Scheme. Number 3, the Nursing Council of Kenya. Number 4, the Retirement Benefits Authority. Number 5, the 2019 Kenya Population and Housing Census Volume 2 from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. And number 6, the Kenya Economic Report 2020 main report and popular version from the Kenya Institute of Public Policy, Research and Analysis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, September 10th, 2020. Report of the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing on its consideration of the National Aviation Management Bill 2020, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2020. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Wait, members should know where intervention button is. The only intervention I can see is from the Honorable T.J. Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for recognizing me. Mr. Speaker, I rise to raise a point of order on the report which has just been laid by the chair of the Transport Committee. Mr. Speaker, this report is a report which is causing a lot of anxiety, both in the House and outside the House. Although it is being laid right now, I've actually had a privilege of seeing a draft because I was a friend of the committee. Mr. Speaker, there are issues, fundamental issues, specifically one which I want to touch on now. It's a question involving public participation. And it is a matter which is in public domain out there, although I do not want to bring with the issues which are out there into the House. But I want to ask, Mr. Speaker, that if there is a report in the House in which fundamental principles of the Constitution has not been met, i.e. public participation on an issue serious such as this, is it possible that Honorable Speaker may suo motu direct that the committee retreat to consider such sentiments as much as possible so that we do not have a House which has a bad face? I know, Mr. Speaker, that during COVID, things have become different. Even the issue of public participation somewhat is different. But when you have a report which both in the general domain and within us, we entertain a view that probably we should have opened it to more participation than it would, instead of waiting for the gravity train to roll on. Isn't it easy and cost benefit that the Speaker can suo motu direct the committee to open up this report to as many stakeholders as it can? Mr. Speaker, I beg your It has been tabled. We have the report. You haven't read it? Yes. Yes, I've read it. And read it. Mr. Speaker, sorry. A member for Kisumu County was wondering what suo motu means. She thought that I was speaking the language from the lake. But allow me to explain to her that suo motu means that by yourself, without being moved by anybody, including the member for Waraka, that you can then see gaps on public participation. So that, Mr. Speaker, my request, my intervention, is that you can, by yourself, look at the report and direct that the report be exposed to as large population of public participation. Because the question of public participation is a matter which is now dicey. But we have to look at it as a nation. It is true that we cannot have wananchi coming to National Assembly to ventilate on an issue. But when a reputable legal society, like where I come from, Law Society of Kenya, which is an act of parliament, says that they have not had a participation on an issue such as this, I think it is an issue which is big enough that we cannot I see the leader of majority a little uncomfortable, but he will get his opportunity to respond. But we surely cannot close our eyes to issues such as those. So, Mr. Speaker, I beg to intervene.
Member for Mandela North.
Honourable Speaker, I think just as the Honourable just said, I tend to agree that this bill, which is before the House, is not properly in the House. The only public participation that was done, the only public participation that was done was by stakeholders who were themselves the drafters of the bill. There are a lot of petitioners who wrote petitions to the committee, but they were disregarded. They were never called. They were not asked to appear before the committee. And even others were given notice of 1 day. And when they asked to be given alternative days for them to respond, they were disregarded. Mr. Speaker, and Standing Order 127.3 requires complete public participation. And this is in line with the Article 118 of the Constitution of Kenya. So, a report of this magnitude, whereby we are talking about changing the landscape of the Kenya's aviation industry, where key stakeholders were denied opportunity to appear, one of them being LSK, and others who wrote the petitions never accorded. Two, we are also aware that the committee notice even to retreat was given on an evening and were told to report the following day. The report was consummated, discussed in a record 2 to 3 hours. Now, you are talking about an aviation bill of this kind, and the committee goes with it half a day. Mr. Speaker, the elephant in the room is that there was no public participation for this thing. We cannot be running away under the guise and presence of COVID-19. We are not going to wash away or cut the Constitution of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, this is something that really calls for your indulgence and give direction. And if you look at the things that probably, because honorable members have already spoken, we just want to see whether the threshold of public participation as emphasized in the Constitution was met by the Committee of Transport in considering the Aviation Management Bill 2020. Whether the committee can allow the stakeholders that are interested and were excluded in presenting their memorandum to the committee can be given an opportunity to be heard by the committee. In light of the going, on what is the technical preparative report of the committee on the Nairobi Aviation Management Bill. This is not an ordinary bill. This is a bill that will change how we operate as an industry, especially in the aviation sector. And it cannot be left out to only a few members of the committee that will congregate somewhere, do something, and exclude people who are stakeholders. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask for your indulgence. Thank you.
Honourable members, you know, all of you are standing on points of orders. So you know, we are well fast with our own procedures. Honourable Leader Majority.
Yes, Honourable Speaker, I've had two honourable members contribute through points of order, and in their contribution, one can see that they've obviously come here to represent some certain interests that are not here. And our standing orders require that when you are discussing and agitating a case on behalf of somebody, you need to declare the interests that you have on a person. Because a report has just been tabled here. Members have not even seen it. But it does appear that there are members who are privy to even the contents of that report before the rest of the House, and even know who has been excluded, which means they have been discussing this report with outsiders even before it has come to the House, and that's why they are agitating for certain interests to be included in the report even before members of the House have seen that report? Can those members declare their interest that they have and the passion they're exhibiting in those stakeholders being included in this report when we have not even seen the report or even known whether they're actually in the report or not?
But let me just make this clear. Remember, upon the bill being read for the first time in the House, it automatically stood committed to the relevant committee. Subsequent to that, the committee did direct the clerk, requested the clerk of the National Assembly to place advertisements in the newspapers indicating that there was such a bill and that they may require either people to appear in person or send memoranda. So there's really nothing wrong with anybody. That information was out there for every Kenyan and even others. So it is okay for anybody to have discussed it out there with others because it was already matter of public knowledge. So there's really nothing, it's not a problem. But I think the issue being raised by the Honorable Kajwang and I think the Honorable member for Mandera North was one that touches on public participation. I don't know if we can limit. I can see the next one on the list on this intervention is the Honorable Amalwa. Yes, Honorable Kajwang.
Rise on issues such as this. I have enough latitude to absorb such shocks. But when the leader of majority, Mr. Speaker, says something which touches on my integrity and reputation, that I am here holding brief for certain people who are outside, that in itself is dishonesty and a question of lack of integrity. Could the leader of majority, other than saying the fact that I have seen a report, which I am entitled to see, this report, I am entitled to even sit in that committee because I'm a member of parliament. Give me a minute, the leader. So could the leader of majority, because this is the first time he has ever done that, and I will give him benefit of doubt, but would he be gracious enough to apologize to me that unless he has evidence which he can table before the House, that TJ Kajwang, member for Ruaraka, is not a man who lacks integrity so as to come and represent people outside this House and probably for financial gain. I take that very, very seriously.
But I suppose that, of course, the people of Ruaraka are not in the House, so you represent them. You are still entitled. You are still entitled to speak on their behalf. Honorable Amalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the matter that has been raised by Honorable TJ Kajwang, it's a serious matter, Mr. Speaker, to the extent of the population that it affects in terms of livelihood. And Mr. Speaker, Article 118 of the Constitution, which talks about public participation, it's a fundamental matter, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, you've been on record that any matter of constitutionality can be raised on this floor of the House at any stage of the report, whether a bill or a motion. So we are completely in order, Mr. Speaker, to raise this matter. We respect Honorable Kimunya so much, Mr. Speaker. But Honorable Kimunya should know he's a leader of majority, but he's not a leader of government business like in the previous parliamentary system. We are in the presidential system, Mr. Speaker. And members should be allowed to raise the matter, and it must be respected, Mr. Speaker. So this issue, Mr. Speaker, one thing we need to know, to what extent was public participation done? Mr. Speaker, we know we don't have an act that operationalizes Article 118, but we are aware that some of us have proposed a bill on this. So, Mr. Speaker, as we move forward, this is an issue that if there's no hidden agenda, Mr. Speaker, it should be withdrawn so that public participation can be done to the extent that members will be comfortable. And we want to use a bottom-up approach, Mr. Speaker. Many issues have been happening, Mr. Speaker, without proper public participation. We've seen many bills or even matters going to court, the court has quashed. So as Parliament, Mr. Speaker, it is indeed important that you pronounce yourself on this, and if possible, Mr. Speaker, we should subject this to satisfactory of the members as far as public participation is concerned. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Central Imenti.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby stand to say that what has been said by the majority leader about the public participation about this Nairobi Aviation Bill cannot be taken on the right note, taking into account that it touches on the Constitution of Kenya. Article 118 talks of public participation. And when it talks of public participation, it's not talking of selective public participation. When it comes to anything to do with Nairobi, any bill pertaining Nairobi, looking at the way Nairobi is growing, Mr. Speaker, sir, Nairobi Aviation Bill, National Aviation Bill, Mr. Speaker, sir, it touches on the security of the people. And if it touches on the security of the people, they must be given an opportunity to participate. Because anything to do with aviation, it's not like anything to do with a motor vehicle. Aviation means flying above the air. And the public must be given an adequate chance. For the Constitution provides for this, and anything which deals with the Constitution cannot be disregarded. The Constitution is the supreme law of this land. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I hereby state that there was no proper participation by the public through the committee. For if you look at the committee, I wonder if they really represent the public. For each of them, any member in that committee is opposing the idea of public participation. Can they give us their interest? What is their interest if it's not the public? I hereby state that the participation was not properly done. Public participation, sir.
Member for Mvita. No, but before you speak, I want to just caution members that when you are sitting at your place and you start shouting, point of order, you are actually creating disorder, for which the standing orders are very clear what should happen to you, because you have put your card for intervention. I have two open eyes, as you can see, notwithstanding the mask. So I can see that all those who are putting interventions. So please relax, just relax. Let's see. Don't just sit at your place. You are just, and you appear like you are dancing and while seated, shouting. Point. No. I can see. Anybody wants to rise to make an intervention, you place your intervention button. Just press it. So don't worry. Member from Mvita has the floor.
Asante sana Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, historia inajirejelea. Nakumbuka kauli ambayo wenzangu wameweza kuitaja ya kuwa umma hawakuweza kuhusishwa katika jambo hili licha ya kuwa ni sharti ya kikatiba. Bwana Spika, Bwana Spika, hili ni jumba ambalo kwamba linaenda na mambo ambayo kwamba yaloweza kutangulia kabla yetu. Miaka takriban miwili iliyopita nilipoinuka katika jumba hili na kuweza kuzungumza ya kwa bandari ya Mombasa, mambo ya privatization, watu hawakuweza kuhusishwa. Baadhi ya watu yale ambao kwamba ndugu yangu TJ Kajwanga naambiwa ya kuwa ana watu ambao anawasaidia, na wengine wameambiwa lugha hiyo kwa sababu ya kuzungumza sauti ile ambao kwamba ni ya Wakenya, ilisababisha sheria ile kwa sababu haikuweza kufuatwa kisawasawa, ikaenda nje, mahakama wakaweza kuamua ya kwa sio sawa. Sasa hili bunge lisiwe ambalo litatumika Bwana Spika kwa tunatengeza sheria baadaye kuonekana ya kwa zile sheria zilijaribu kupitishwa kimabavu Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo mimi namsihi mwenzangu sana, kwa sababu katika mambo ambayo kwamba tutakaoweza kuzorotana hapa katika jumba hili Bwana Spika, kando na haya ambayo kwamba ni mambo ya National Aviation Bill, kuna mengine ambayo kwamba yatakao kuja hapa ya kuhusiana na mkataba ya kuweza kuunganisha Kenya Port Authority, Kenya Railway, Kenya Pipeline na pia ICDC. Hayajakuja hapa Bwana Spika, lakini yatakuja, na yakifika hapa tutayazungumza, na vile vile wenzetu walivyoweza kuambiwa ya kwa wana yale ambao kwamba wanayataka wao, tutayazungumza hapa katika jumba hili. Na mimi nawasihi Bwana Spika ya kwa wenzetu wote walioko hapa tuweze kufuata mamlaka ambao kwamba tumeweza kupatiwa, sio kuzungumza nje peke yake, lakini tukiwa tunajaribu kutetea watu wetu, tuwatetee watu wetu kupitia jumba hili ambalo kila mmoja ameweza kuapishwa kikatiba kwa kushika kitabu cha dini ambacho kwamba anaoifuata yeye, ya kwa mambo ya wale ambao kwamba ni wa Kenya walioweza kuchagua ndio atakuwa ni ya kwanza. Asante Bwana Spika.
Member for Garissa.
Speaker, let me now talk from the experience, because this is the first time in my history as a member of parliament to see that a report that has been tabled where issues has been raised of public participation. It's my first time. And Mr. Speaker, the procedure of public participation is well documented. If you follow it from the time the bill is published, it matures. If the chair can give me time, it matures, it's ready for the first time. Then the clerk's office does the advertisement. The period is set. People submit memorandums. Others want to appear. And Mr. Speaker, that is what public participation is. And it's critical in Article 118. Mr. Speaker, and you'll agree with me, of all the litigations that went to court on legislation passed by this House, the courts will always use two things, either to nullify or to agree with the process of legislation. One is the Hansard, and two is the report of the committee in terms of public participation. And then second reading, and then third reading. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, you have seen of late a fundamental amendment that comes at the committee of the whole House, the courts have been rejecting it. The reason being because that amendment is substantial and it has not been subjected to public participation. And if I had time, I could have cited a number of legislation where the courts disagreed with the House. Speaker, what is going on this afternoon, you need to make a very good ruling. Because if we go this route, then and litigant goes to court tomorrow after we pass this bill, he will even use the Hansard of today, what Honorable TJ said. Because, I mean, the House is already indicting its own report, the report even before it comes to second reading, third reading. So I think, Mr. Speaker, you need to make a serious ruling on this matter. And I really want to ask the chair of the committee that if there are individuals, if there are people who wanted to appear, let us be very honest, if there are people who wanted to appear before the committee and they were not given chance, including what Honorable TJ has gone on record, the Law Society of Kenya, Speaker, I think you need to, maybe after listening to everybody, to go back, sit with the technical team of Parliament, the Director of Committee, the clerk, see the memorandums that have been sent, find out if there are people who have been not been given an opportunity by the committee, and on the basis of that, Mr. Speaker, then you can make a ruling. Less than that, if we don't do that, and we just go like this, I can tell you, you are already preparing Omtata and the rest, litigants. You're already preparing their their defense. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a serious matter, and this is the first time I've seen a report tabled is being challenged on public participation. So it's a heavy, from where I see it, from the experience I have, it's a heavy matter. You need to maybe listen to more and make a decision before we go to second reading.
Member for Kadri. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now that the former leader of majority has spoken on the same with colleagues, what I note, Mr. Speaker, is first, the importance of the issues raised on public participation. But also, I ask myself, Mr. Speaker, a report has just been tabled. Okay, some members are privy, they are aware, they have received complaints, maybe from some institutions that were not accorded a chance to give their views, to give their presentation to the committee. But obviously, upon committal of any bill or legislative piece to a committee, the procedure is to go through that public participation. But also, when a report is tabled before the House, Mr. Speaker, it would go through the normal process of having it debated. When we have, usually the report informs members on the details about the bill, then debate is based on that report or information, Mr. Speaker. Now, I have not seen that report, it's just been tabled. I cannot tell whether public were involved, they participated in it or not. The best, I thought procedurally, would have been to allow, Mr. Speaker, in the normal way, this report to be subjected, members to look at it, and then debate, and then matters would arise from the debate on that particular report, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I do agree public participation is one of the requirements. For any successful legislation, public participation is one of the requirements. So I think it's important, I agree, you need to look at it. But also I ask myself, Mr. Speaker, how would I have known that public did not participate from the report that has been tabled now? So these are issues that you need to consider also, and on whether this should just go on and accord the report, the normal route that we take as a procedure in the House. Then the rest can follow, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Member for Daragwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that opportunity for me to just say one or two things. One is that it is a little unsettling to see ourselves perhaps discussing a report that we have not had a look at because it's just been tabled. So what is informing us is certainly information that is members will have obtained ahead of time. And it is not a crime to obtain the information ahead of time. But, Mr. Speaker, I think one of the crucial things is to ensure that even as we charge the report, we charge it within the procedures of Parliament. Two is that when we are in this House, we certainly are representing the interest of others, including those of the people of Daragwa. And I think the only bad thing would be if somebody has paid me to come and, or to try and influence what I think. But lobbying is normal. It's something that we should allow. We should not become hostile to one another because we are sharing different views. And I think it is important now that even with this issue of public participation, which has been raised by my colleague, my member in the committee, and we are very keen on implementing the Constitution as it should be. Public participation is crucial. It must be done. But I think it's one of the things that we need to address ourselves as members of Parliament, even as people elected to represent others, going forward to ask ourselves if all that we do is to listen to others and bring what they have said to the floor, we must make sure that we never reduce ourselves to the level of clerks. We represent people, and this principle is a good one. But if it's again overstretched, it can also stagnate registration completely. Because we've got to be, I think, going forward, we may be able to eventually define the limits or the threshold of public participation. But it will always be thrown to us to either delay us or something. But in this particular case, Mr. Speaker, let me say this. I think if it is possible to try and accommodate others who think were left out, let it be. But it is also important for even those who think have been left out to understand the process of registration so that they know at what point they come in. I know there are people who actually don't pay attention to what we do as Parliament, only for them to come later on and challenge the process, throw in obstacles, and that can also, they can also delay us as members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I remember when we had the bill here on at 100, and there is a fundamental amendment to that bill that was introduced on the floor. And again, but it was introduced by that time the leader of my majority. He worked very well with the minority leader to kill my bill, a very fundamental thing. And I think he quickly may find himself in court because that was a thing we had worked on from the public. So we need to quite quickly get into terms with these issues. But my concern is, if you are not careful, public participation can also be used to delay legislation on the floor. But it is always important to make sure that we give opportunity to people to bring in what they have, but within the timelines. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Wajir North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I happen to be a member of the Transport Committee, and I was involved in this process right from the initial stage. Mr. Speaker, without an iota of doubt in my mind, I'm one of those who have dissented the report. We are 5 in number. And I can assure you that one of the reasons for dissenting the report was what members are raising, of which public participation is inclusive. The Speaker and his clerk have allowed us. The Speaker and the clerk have allowed us to go for a retreat during this difficult period to ensure that the process is adequately done. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that the 2 days we were given, it was only within 2 hours that this report was exhausted. And on that very day, within the 2 hours, the report was exhaustively done. I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, one of the key issues I raised, and the Hansard will prove me right, was the issue of public participation. And one of the agencies I raised was LSK and the Competition Authority of Kenya to look into issues of competition laws. Mr. Speaker, I vividly remember that we have given them 1 day within this campus. Only the guidance provided by the chair was that our meeting can only extend for 2 hours because during this difficult period of COVID-19, it is difficult to continue doing these issues. And Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that the process has not been exhaustive. That notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, we were exhaustively supposed to review various documents done by these agencies, including a transaction advisor's progress report from KAA. I can assure you that this committee had no access to this report even 1 single day. Very important, that will inform us. We were all in agreement that we must save KQ during this difficult period. However, we were supposed to do it in a good manner, that we were to do exhaustive public participation and review of all relevant documents. Here I have transaction advisor's report, which the committee had no access to up to date. That notwithstanding, very important report, a report by the Kenya Airports Authority, valuation report, very important. The committee had no access to this report even a single day. This report was done within 2 hours. We have dissented, we have raised our voice, and of course the Hansard will prove me right. Mr. Speaker, I can assure you this report was not exhaustive. It is only important to return to the committee to ensure better conclusion of this report. Thank you.
No, there's nothing. He was also on a point of order. Everybody wants to be, but now, I think many of you have really spoken. I have not had representation. Honorable Rosa Boyu, I told you don't shout. You are creating disorder by shouting. I've given you the chance. You don't even see.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm on a point of order, and I would just like to ask that is the honorable member in order to suggest that the committee is not does not have the reports that is showing us, the specific reports, and yet is a member of that committee and is holding the reports in his hand. Is he in order to hold those reports and bluntly tell us that the committee has in no way seen those reports, yet as a member of the committee, he's actually holding those reports? So
He is a member of the committee, but he is not the committee. I think there's a difference. Unless we want to, honor members, and many of you have heard you say this. There are some people in the county government who are called members of county executive committees, CEC. But I've heard many of you say, I also have my CEC here, CEC for education. So what you are saying is you have a committee of education, executive committee, not a member. So you also need to define some titles. That one is member, but he is talking about the committee. Those ones are members, but they are not the committees. Member for Kikuyu. Finally, before I give the chairman the chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And a number of fundamental issues, Honorable Speaker, have been raised. And I was particularly keen on what the member of Wajir North has said, that they are dissenting, and I was wondering and asking myself whether him and any other member of the committee who are dissenting, whether they may afford a minority report that could have been tabled also together with this report. But fundamentally, Honorable Speaker, I have perused through this report. And indeed, the issue raised by Honorable TJ Kajwang on public participation, and he did mention the Law Society of Kenya as among the stakeholders. And I can see the written submissions that were received by the committee includes that of the Law Society of Kenya and at least another 5 law firms that have written submissions. However, Honorable Speaker, I think the issue that TJ raised is an issue of the adequacy of public participation. And there is a complaint, Honorable Speaker, and I'm also privy to a discussion I had with a few of the members of that committee, that the Law Society of Kenya has indeed written to the committee protesting the issue of not having been allowed to appear before the committee. More fundamentally, Honorable Speaker, is that the notice, Honorable Speaker, is a notice that was given by the Office of the Clerk that members of the public, including the Law Society of Kenya and all the other people who have written memoranda, were only given 5 days. Understandably, Honorable Speaker, with these COVID times, there might have been issues. But COVID, Honorable Speaker, all over the world, we have been challenged that even parliamentary democracy is being threatened, and democracy around the world is being threatened by this pandemic in terms of it being used as an excuse not to allow due process to be followed. And we must not fall prey to that danger, Honorable Speaker. But also, Honorable Speaker, other than public participation, what this bill seeks to do, Honorable Speaker, and I want to agree with the member of that committee, the member for Wajir North, what this bill seeks to do is to nationalize Kenya Airways. Kenya Airways, Honorable Speaker, as you are aware, is not just making losses. It is making monumental losses. With COVID-19, it is at a higher risk of even making further higher losses. We seek to nationalize Kenya Airways by merging it with the Kenya Airports Authority. And I'm happy the member of Wajir North, and I think he's taking over from my experience as a former vice chair of the Public Investments Committee, has spoken about a valuation report of Kenya Airways. And he will look at the audited accounts of 2019 of Kenya Airways Authority. Kenya Airways Authority is holding assets worth about 1.3 trillion shillings. And that is the institution that we seek to now merge with KQ that is making losses and is bound to make further losses because of COVID-19. Without valuing Kenya Airways, valuing KQ, and being able to understand how feasible, or rather having a feasibility report that tells this country and all stakeholders
How feasible is this transaction to merge a loss-making entity to go and gobble up assets, financial assets and other assets of Kenya Airports Authority that are public assets? Honorable Speaker, more fundamentally for me as an accountant, Honorable Speaker, other than a loss-making institution taking over a profit-making institution, is a question of a public entity and the privacy of KQ, because KQ, remember, has shareholders, private shareholders, including myself, I'm a shareholder at KQ. We must be able to understand how are we going to deal with the question of the individual shareholders, how are we dealing with the question of commercial banks that had lent money to KQ and are owed billions. And those billions, Honorable Speaker, then we might use the assets of KAA and other public institutions to offset those debts. Honorable Speaker, it is a matter that is more weighty than the report I am seeing here, Honorable Speaker. To be honest, and with all due respect to my good friend, Honorable Kosing, this report is too shallow for a fundamental issue like the merger and nationalization of Kenya Airways. And I would really beg the chair to allow the House and members of the public a little bit of more public participation. Go into the issues of feasibility, valuation of the assets of all the institutions that you seek to merge, so that finally when you bring us a report, it is a report not just bulky, Honorable Speaker, because the bulk of this report, I can tell you, is the minutes of committee attendance. The substance of the report, Honorable Speaker, is zero, absolutely zero. And I would beg that we set aside, you find it wise, Honorable Speaker, to set aside this report and ask the chair to spend a little bit of more time on looking at the issues that have been raised, including the issue of public participation, the issue of feasibility study, the issue of looking at the transaction advisors reports and being able to understand even valuation of the assets of all the institutions that are involved, and the implication that it will have, as I think the member, Honorable Kirima, mentioned, on the entire aviation industry, Honorable Speaker. And with that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support the point of order that had been raised.
Now, before I allow the chair to respond, let me allow the leader majority to give it a second.
Yes. Thank you, Speaker. I had written earlier on a point of order because I realized I think there were perhaps conflicts of interest that were not being declared. But be that as it may, the issue we have here is a bill was introduced into this House through a first reading. The bill has not come on the order paper for it to be read a second time. But we've already started debating a bill. The report, the committee, is only reacting to a bill that was committed before them. The committee is not reacting to a decision to privatize. It's pursuant to, this matter was brought to this House through a report of the same committee. And I believe that report was actually dated, was brought here and approved by this House on 17th of June, 2019, on the inquiry into the Kenya Airways privately initiated investment proposal, which was prepared by the departmental committee. It was brought to this House, approved by this House, and pursuant to that, a bill has been prepared. So we are now going back to where we were before 2019, because either some members were not in the House, and now they are hearing this for the first time. But this bill was prepared pursuant to an approval of that process by this House. And the House then said, now let us have a bill to now take forward this process. A bill was prepared. It was committed to a committee. A committee has looked at this bill. They have prepared a report for us. Now, the second thing we need is for the House Business Committee to allocate time for this bill to come before the House for second reading. Now, during that time, members will have an opportunity to look at the clauses, to look at all the issues, bring the matters on the floor, and we'll make a decision on whether the bill should proceed second reading or not. And if it proceeds, they also bring in the committee stage, they have an opportunity to even seek from all those other stakeholders the amendments that members in the individual capacity can bring. So that at the committee stage, you can bring all those amendments, then we have an act of parliament by this House, not by the committee. So I think we are now prematurely trying to kill a baby even before it has left the labor ward, right? It's been brought to the House. Let us wait. We are anticipating debate. We are already debating because we have information that other members don't have. Yet, when you look at the report which I've just been perusing through, there's a whole list of stakeholders who came. Others sent their memoranda. Now, the fact that somebody's memoranda has not been accepted in total does not mean they did not participate. It means they participated, but their views were not taken into account. That's different from saying, I did not participate. I was not given adequate time. How much is adequate time? And I think if we start doing this, as the Honorable Member for Darago has said, we read up with a situation where we'll be falling victim to the agitation by the civil society out there that this House will never do anything without being challenged because you'll be told there was not adequate participation. How much is adequate? We are becoming victims of, we are making ourselves victims of their own accusations out there, and soon this House will never be able to legislate or will always be challenged on everything they legislate. Let's start firm. Time has been given. People are told to come, others to send memoranda. Now, if somebody's memoranda was sent outside time and they still want to be considered, you as an individual member still have an opportunity to bring that issue on the floor of the House during the second reading of this bill and to bring any amendment at the committee stage. But let us respect the work the committee has put. And otherwise, we are going to kill committees. That they do all the work, they bring a report. Before you've even seen it, somebody comes and says that report should be thrown out even before it has been debated. So, and I think, Mr. Speaker, let us be careful that we don't set a precedent where we will make it that anyone who is dissatisfied with what is going on in a committee then comes before here or tells a member to come and raise an issue to kill a report even before the House has had an opportunity to look at it and debate it and put their input into it to either enrich it or to refer it back to a committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This is the chairman of the committee.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this chance. And Honorable Speaker, I'm fairly senior in this House, this being my second term. I've never seen something like this, Honorable Speaker. Although people have independence and freedoms to say what they want to do and at any time, Honorable Speaker, but I have not seen this before. However, Honorable Speaker, because we are not discussing the pros and cons of the bill, I am certain that, Honorable Speaker, what we are trying, or what you are trying to listen to from us, Honorable Speaker, is whether the process was followed. So that when it comes to the second reading, then we can now discuss about the bill. Honorable Speaker, the process as you guided and guided by the standing orders and the laws of Parliament was 100% followed, Honorable Speaker. I want to attest to that effect as the chair of this committee. And this is not the first bill, Honorable Speaker, that my committee has processed. It's not, Honorable Speaker. And what we did in the past, we also did the same. Which is, Honorable Speaker, after it was committed to my committee, what are we supposed to do? Advertise. Which was done, Honorable Speaker, and done by the office of the clerk. And when for the process, people submitted memoranda. And Honorable Speaker, something almost like what is happening in the House came to my committee when we were trying to consider. And honorable members, including honorable member from Wajir, who is a member of my committee, had also their own suggestions. And Honorable Speaker, they felt that maybe let's give it time. And we did, Honorable Speaker. We gave even more than 2 weeks for members to read again and so on. Honorable Speaker, if somebody is interested or influenced, and they are free, Honorable Speaker, let them not bring politics into this bill, Honorable Speaker. I beg the House and I beg you, Honorable Speaker. Number two, who are we talking about? They're talking about Law Society of Kenya. Law Society of Kenya, first of all, if you were to read, Honorable Speaker, and allow, if these members would have allowed, but have tabled, if members were allowed to look at the report, Honorable Speaker, then they will see that all people who submitted memoranda are in that report, Honorable Speaker, including the attachments in terms of the appendix, Honorable Speaker. They are there, Honorable Speaker. And LSK submitted its memoranda way after the time. Honorable Father of the House, give me some time. Honorable Speaker, Law Society of Kenya, which is now a party in this debate, submitted its memoranda, Honorable Speaker, way out of time. But Honorable Speaker, because we being human beings, we said let's give everybody an opportunity. We invited every person who submitted proposal, Honorable Speaker, or memoranda for public participation, we invited in this house, Honorable Speaker. Everybody was to come. That particular day, Honorable Speaker, what happened? LSK sent an apology. They sent an apology to say, please give us another time. We are doing our business in Mombasa. Honorable Speaker, Parliament and my committee cannot transact business being dictated or given programs by another person, Honorable Speaker. A house must proceed in its own calendar. And you gave us, Honorable Speaker, that when we come back, we submit the report. We gave them opportunity, Honorable Speaker. Apart from, number one, submitting out of time, we even had to bend backward to accommodate them, Honorable Speaker, and invite them to this committee. They never attended, Honorable Speaker. It is on record, it is in my answer. So what are we supposed to do, Honorable Speaker? We are supposed to do what we are supposed to do. Everybody else, Honorable Speaker, did what they are supposed to do. I'm pleading, Honorable Speaker, that you allow this process to proceed. You will rule, Honorable Speaker, looking at the President. But, Honorable Speaker, allow me as a human being to say this. I've heard some of these things, Honorable Speaker. This bill is a product of the House. You know what happened, Honorable Speaker? PIP came, and it was controversial. And what happened? It pit me between Committee of Transport and PIC, Honorable Speaker, you know that. And you guided, Honorable Speaker, that my committee looks at the issues. Honorable Speaker, we went through the issues. It took us about 8 months or 1 year. We brought the report here, Honorable Speaker. The report, Honorable Speaker, is a replica, or this bill is a replica of that report that was approved by the House. If there is any bill that has gone through proper public participation, Honorable Speaker, it is this one. And I dare and I bet on it, Honorable Speaker. Why? It started as an inquiry. 8 months. We invited everybody in this country, including workers, Honorable Speaker. They came before my committee. They gave their views. We listened to them, and we thought that the best way is to nationalize. We brought the entire report with the proposals, and this bill, Honorable Speaker, if you look at this bill, it has not deviated from the report that was approved by the House. Honorable Speaker, maybe some members were not there or were not listening, or they have been influenced, and they are free. But, Honorable Speaker, it is a product of the House. So it was not rushed, because it took 8 reports only before even the bill was prepared by government. It took 8 months, Honorable Speaker, in the public outside there. Inquiry, report writing, roundtable, and so on. All that was done, including the Competition Authority. And of course, you know where the Competition Authority go if they have issues. They go to Treasury. And National Treasury, CS, appeared before my committee and presented their views. At that inquiry time, Honorable Speaker. And then when the House approved, what did it approve? That KQ must be nationalized. It is this House, Honorable Speaker. And this House, Honorable Kajwang is sitting, and he participated in that approval, that KQ should be nationalized. After nationalization, Honorable Speaker, and I'm surprised, Honorable Ichung'wa, I don't know what has changed. Even if he was removed from the committee of budget, and he is now in playing politics, he should play his politics in Kikuyu, not in Parliament, Honorable Speaker. He participated in approving it, Honorable Speaker. He approved it. When I'm here, Honorable Speaker. So what happened? What we said, Honorable Speaker, it should be nationalized. That's number one. Number two, we create an agency that will hold. It's not a merger, Honorable Speaker. And I want to correct Honorable Ichung'wa to read the report. If you look at that report, there's no merger. KQ has shares as much as KA has shares. They are different entities, Honorable Speaker. They are only influenced, Honorable Speaker, by their own political persuasion. And if this politics, then we'll meet in politics in our constituency, Honorable Speaker. But that has allowed Kenyans an opportunity for them to read the bill, Honorable Speaker, and our report. We did one of the best reports in this country, Honorable Speaker. My committee did, Honorable Speaker. And you know we are committed, Honorable Speaker. When you direct us, we do a proper job. We did, Honorable Speaker. Procedure was followed. And let me also share with the House and you, Honorable Speaker, what I heard yesterday. These issues were simmering around. And some members of my committee came to my office. Some of them were threatened not to sign, Honorable Speaker. Some of them were threatened not to sign this report. This report has not been signed by about 4 members. And if you look at those 4 members, Honorable Speaker, you can almost demographically know. And I want to say this, Honorable Speaker, this is dangerous for the country. And one of the members I was asking, why would you not sign the report? And he's telling me, Honorable Speaker, I was told even this report will not see the light of the day. It's going to be returned back. So, Honorable Chair, I'm not going to sign, because it's in a ratio anyway. Honorable Speaker, I am shocked this afternoon, Honorable Speaker, when I see the direction upon which members are taking. Honorable Speaker, you know what I do? If you return back to my committee, I will do diligent job, Honorable Speaker. I'm ready. I'm a performer, Honorable Speaker. And being a cattle keeper, I keep the cows properly, Speaker. I will follow even the smallest feet or foot. I will proceed, Honorable Speaker, and I'll prosecute the matter. I have no problem you returning the report, Honorable Speaker. But I'm only fearing that should we go this direction, Honorable Speaker, then we are not going to do any other report in future. Why? Because somebody will stand and say, no public participation, I was not involved. And then when we return the report. So when we return this report, Honorable Speaker, what happens? What will happen? Will it mean that now I take all the views from the person who refused himself to come? Or what happens, Honorable Speaker? I will be also confused. And so what happens? I will plead with you, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, to say this. This report is a report. It's not a bill. And members, even if they might have done whatever they have done by whatever, because they represent people, and how they represent their people, it is free, Honorable Speaker, they can produce those items in the second reading when we are debating this report, Honorable Speaker. And then we go to the committee of the whole House. If they can submit other reports, whatever honorable member of my committee is trying to induce that this report was not there, it came in the last 8 months, Honorable Speaker, when we were doing inquiry. Those reports came, Honorable Speaker, and it is on record. It is in Parliament. So I'm pleading with you, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude that, allow the process to proceed, because there's a danger. If you allow LSK, only LSK, out of about 30 people, then there is a problem, Honorable Speaker. And I've seen even in reports when we are doing amendments.
Now, the deputy majority leader, you are creating disorder in the House. You are out of order.
I thank you, Excellency, Honorable Speaker, for protecting me from the leader of the House. But, Honorable Speaker, as I say, protect your committee, protect us, Honorable Speaker, protect the process of Parliament, protect the House. If anybody feels that they have not been considered, let them come in the second reading when we're debating, and then we can also have an amendment. It's not the end of the day. The only danger is, Honorable Speaker, so what am I supposed to do? And what about another report? Everybody will come. So I want to plead with you, Honorable Speaker, but I want to say this on the floor of the House, Honorable Speaker. I want to say this, Honorable Speaker. If somebody is interested to declare interest, as the leader of majority said, and if they don't declare interest, Honorable Speaker, we will bring evidence. I will bring evidence, Honorable Speaker. I will bring evidence, Honorable Speaker. And it's not about the bill. These people are addressing different constituencies. And I want to plead with them, Honorable Speaker. If they want to address those constituencies, please allow the bill.
No, you can't speak endlessly.
Okay, Honorable Speaker. I thank you.
Now, honour members, I know many of you would have wished that I retreat to go and do a ruling. But I have had occasion to weigh the various issues that you've raised. One is to observe that the issue that is in contestation is that of compliance with Article 118 on public participation. If that is, and it appears to be the main ground, because the others will be issues that can be raised at other stages. Many of the other issues that have been addressed can be raised at other stages of the bill. But, honour members, I find myself in some very, very awkward position in that whenever a bill that is passed through here becomes an act of Parliament, and somebody goes out to court to challenge it, the first respondent usually is the Speaker. And you know very well the Speaker doesn't even have a vote. Not the chair of any committee. And we've had many bills, many laws, not bills, many acts of Parliament that have been challenged on the grounds of public participation. But the most glaring one, and I'm happy that, again, it concerns the Honorable Kosing, the Chair of Transport, is the one the member from Vita alluded to. I'm sure maybe the chairman may not be aware. The Merchant Shipping Act, which you passed here, was successively challenged in a judgment by a three-judge bench, and that actually today the matter is pending in the Court of Appeal. But I'm still a respondent again, Honorable Kajwang, because the issue was there was not sufficient public participation. And I remember even at that time, some members had tried to raise that issue. So if public participation, and as the member for Garissa Township said, is raised now at this stage, you are preparing the grounds for challenge. You're preparing by raising it now, you've already started preparing the grounds for its challenge. And therefore, even if you go to second reading with what is now in Hansard, the evidence is already here. It's already on Hansard. What it is that we seek to do in enacting laws, it is not personal to the Honorable Kosing, it's not personal to the Honorable Kajwang. I don't address those ones. If some of your members of the committee are now, however, even if there's one or two, and they raise that issue, that there isn't sufficient public participation, if there's no hurry, the lessons learned is we should listen to those kind of concerns. And whether or not our standing orders provide for those kind of situations, remember we have the fallback position, standing order number 1. And indeed, in order to allay any fears anybody may have, it may be desirable that when such public participation happens on a matter such as this, since we are not having sittings on Wednesdays, we can even avail this chamber and the Hansard to the committee. Quite strangely about this particular bill, I have also received several representations, most of which I have always marked to the committee, including those late submissions. I forwarded them to the committee because I don't receive submissions from stakeholders. But just to give everybody comfort, to give everybody that satisfaction, I see no harm in the committee sitting and hearing as many stakeholders as there may possibly be. If anything, actually, it can only enrich the bill. It cannot take it away. And do an addendum as a report, another report to this. And therefore, for purposes, with a lot of caution, I will direct that the clerk will sit with the chair of the committee, agree on when another advertisement is going to be placed in 2 local dailies of national circulation, inviting Kenyans And anybody who has any views, but there must be people with views, not supporters or people who may have views, to appear, agree on the date that it will be advertised, and the committee sets aside 3 days. 3 days. Take views. And do it may not even change what you have, whatever may be in the report. And nothing prevents the committee from saying, having listened to 1,001 stakeholders, we find nothing useful to add to the previous report. That will still be a report. And you'll be saying you stand by your original report. But then nobody will now rise to accuse the committee that they were not given adequate time to be heard, because, of course, as the chairman pointed correctly, the committee also has other pressing business that they are considering, including members' questions, statements, petitions, et al. So I would direct that, yes, we will stay placing this business before the committee, before the House, pending any further hearings and any other report in addition to this, so that everybody feels satisfied. Because the route that we may be going is similar to the one that we went on the Merchant Shipping Act. And since we've seen that, we have read, fortunately for me, I get those judgments. So I read. Here in the House, I've heard many of you saying, how much time is adequate time? The people in the judiciary have a way of determining that if you sat for 6 days, that was not adequate, like in that instance. The committee had they sat for 6 days. But the court still said that was not adequate. So even as we criticize, we must also be alive to some of these decisions. And we are just waiting to hear what the Court of Appeal is going to say. If it agrees with the High Court, then that should make you understand, even as the Honorable Amalwa is pursuing his public participation bill, you should take into account what the courts are saying. They will make pronouncements, but they will not make the law. It is you to make the law. That is your mandate under Article 94. So they can disagree with you, but they will not tell you what it should look like. It's up to you now to go and imagine that it should now look like this, maybe 7 days or 10 days, or I don't know how many days. Of course, we don't know whether the Court of Appeal is going to agree with the High Court. But to the extent that up to now, an act which we can remember very well has been annulled on the basis that there was not sufficient public participation. Because again, you remember, it touched on almost similar matters. So I think it is only fair for us to avoid a situation in which we could be said to be acting in vain. Especially having raised the issue of either insufficient time to participate or lack of enough time, lack of space, and such like. But for this one, the clerk is directed to sit with the chairman, agree on the days the advert is going to appear, and agree on the 3 days that the committee is going to sit and listen, give everybody, anybody, including members of this House, who may even have instructions from their constituents, to also come and represent them before the committee. That is the direction. Next one.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
The Honorable Wamunyinyi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to give notice of the following motion. That pursuant to the provisions of Section 43, subsection 4 of the National Government Constitutions Development Fund Act 2015 and paragraph 5, 2 and 10 of the National Government Constitutions Development Fund Regulations 2016, this House approves the list of nominees for the appointment to the following 11 constituency committees of the National Government Constitutions Development Fund laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, August 12, 2020, and Thursday, September 10, 2020, respectively. 1, Lurambi constituency. 2, Tigania West constituency. 3, Baringo South constituency. 4, Cherengani constituency. 5, Kajaliba constituency. 6, Mumias West constituency. 7, Mvita constituency. 8, Olkalau constituency. And 9, Wajir North constituency. 10, Daragwa constituency. And 11, Sabatia constituency. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
The first segment of that order is questions. The first question is by the member for Baringo Central, the Honorable Joshua Kandie.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to ask question number 140 of 2020. The question is directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development, and Public Works. 1. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain why the construction of Cabernet Medical Training College in Baringo Central constituency, which was under construction by the ministry and which was 70% complete, are stalled for 10 years? 2, why is the college yet to be equipped with essential amenities such as hostels, kitchens, and lecture halls, despite the fact that the college is already admitting students? 3, what measures are in place to ensure that the remaining 30% of the unfinished works are completed? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Question will be responded before the Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. Next question is by the member for Laikipia County, who has requested his deferment. His request has been acceded to. Similarly, the member for Soy, the Honorable Caleb Kostani, request to stand down also granted. Request by the member for Malindi, Honorable Aisha Jumwa. She requests the question to be deferred. Request has been acceded to. Next question is by the member for Moiben.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I have a question. We're in Kenya Seed, and we had communication from Kenya Seed, and farmers are complaining on how they are going to send their seed to Kenya Seed. My question is question number 187 of 2020, asking the Cabinet Secretary of Transport and Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development, and Public Works. Number 1 question is, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why the construction of Kitale Endebe Swam Road C45 in Endebes constituency has stalled despite having been funded? 2, what measures has the ministry put in place to ensure that the construction of the said road resumes as soon as possible and that is complete on time? And then 3, could the Cabinet Secretary give an undertaking to ensure that the road diversion created by the contractor and which is currently impassable is made motorable? Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Question to be responded to before the Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. Last question by the member for Laisamis, Honorable Albert Marcelino. Honorable Albert, you don't appear to have a card. When you come to the chamber without a card and you have a question, just disappear into the streets. You have no business coming here. If you are coming to ask a question and you don't have a card, then it means you didn't know what you are coming, or you don't take the house seriously. Do you have a card? Do you have a card? You don't. And where are you going now? Where are you walking to? Who told you? If you don't have a card, if you can't come here carrying your card, and members, take it from me. If you don't have a card, you have no opportunity to speak. You just go home. What? So that next week you will remember to carry your card from Lysamis. Yes, you will ask the question next week. Today, without a card, no speaking. So you can just sit and enjoy listening to your colleagues. So even your constituents know today you are umekuja kujivijari tu, kujienjoy. Next segment is statements. Statement by the Chair of Administration and National Security. Request. It was a request from the Honorable Eden Duale, right?
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security on the increased incidents of abduction of members of the public. Honorable Speaker, as a nation, we have recently been disheartened and greatly concerned by reports of abduction and missing members of the public. The most recent case is the abduction of 2 residents of Garissa Township constituency, namely Mr. CEO Abdi Mo'o of ID card number 0028495, which occurred on the 19th of August 2020, and that of Mr. Irshad Ahmed Abdullahi of ID number 244289778, who was abducted on August 28, 2020. Honorable Speaker, it's alleged that the 2 persons were abducted by security officers and using a Toyota Succeed motor vehicle bearing registration number KAT002Q. Consequently, a report was filed at Garissa Police Station on August 28, 2020. However, Mr. Speaker, no arrest has been made so far, and despite a search by the families of the victims and the residents of Garissa town, where the 2 hails, the whereabouts of the victims cannot be established till today. Honorable Speaker, Article 49 of the Constitution espouses the rights of arrested persons, which every human being is entitled to, regardless of what offense the arrested persons may be accused of having committed. This includes the right to be brought before a court as reasonable as possible, but not later than 24 hours after being arrested. This has not happened for the 2 persons I have named. And Mr. Speaker, we will ask the security agencies to make sure that the whereabouts of the 2 people are ascertained. Honorable Speaker, it is on account of these alarming increased incidents that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Committee on Administration and National Security on the following. Could the Cabinet Secretary state the whereabouts of Mr. CEO Abdi Mo'o of ID card number 0028495 and that of Mr. Irshad Aden Abdullahi of ID number 244289778, Roman 2, what steps is the government taking to establish the whereabouts of the two individuals and bring to book the culprits involved? And finally, what specific steps is government taking to deal with security personnel who are alleged to be involved in the incident of disappearance and extrajudicial murder of innocent citizens, mainly in the Coast and Northeastern Province? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I don't see the chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security, so the request will be channeled through the Office of the Leader Majority. Leader Majority. Leader of Majority.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. I think the events of this afternoon have taken us by surprise, but Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the let me repeat that, the power surge. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 44.2a, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Wednesday, September 9, 2020, to prioritize business for consideration. Honorable Speaker, on Tuesday, September 15, 2020, the House Business Committee has prioritized consideration of a motion on approval of nominees for the various NGCDF constituency committees. The Refugees Bill 2019 will also be considered in Committee of the Whole House. We shall also continue with second reading of the following bills, should they not be concluded today. The Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, which is a Senate Bill number 3 of 2019. The County Wards Equitable Development Bill, which is a Senate Bill number 34 of 2018. The County Statutory Instrument Bill, Senate Bill number 21 of 2018, and the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 24 of 2018. Honorable Speaker, during the morning sitting of Thursday, September the 17th, the House is scheduled to consider the following private members' bills in Committee of the Whole House. I'd like to ensure these members are present to transact the business. The Employment Amendment Bill 2019 by the Honorable Mother Wangari MP. Number 2, the Industrial Training Amendment Bill 2019 by the Honorable Jude Jomo MP. Number 3, the National Youth Council Amendment Bill 2019 by the Honorable Gideon Keter MP. And number 4, the Public Service Values and Principles Amendment Bill 2019 by the Honorable Andrew Mwadime MP. Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee also prioritized the following reports for debate. Number 1, the report on the Special Funds Accounts Committee on the audited financial statements for the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for constituencies in Kiambu County. And number 2, the report on the Public Investments Committee on the Special Audit Report on procurement of pre-export verification of conformity to standard services of used motor vehicles, mobile equipment, and used spare parts by the Kenya Bureau of Standards. Now, Speaker, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order number 42A, 5, and 6, I wish also to convey that the following cabinet secretaries are scheduled to appear before the departmental committees as follows. Number 1, the Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Affairs will appear before the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations on Wednesday, the 16th, 2020, to answer question number 2020 from the Honorable Samuel Atandi. The Cabinet Secretary for Education will appear before the Departmental Committee on Education and Research on Wednesday, the 16th, 2020, to answer the following questions. Question number 101/2020 from Honorable Oku Kaunya, MP. Question number 83 of 2020 from the Honorable Gideon Keter. Question number 113 of 2020 from the Honorable Kamoti Mwamkale. Question number 123, 2020 from the Honorable Omboko Milemba, MP. And lastly, question number 165 of 2020 from the Honorable Daniel Tuitoek, MP. Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee will convene on Wednesday, September the 16th, to consider business for the coming week. Honorable Speaker, I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House.
Well, there's a special request before we go to the next order from the member for Kaiti. The Honorable Kimilu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to the attention to the members of this House that we lost a former member of Kaiti, Jevas Mainki, who served this country since 1988 to 2000. He was a member for Kaiti constituency. By then, it was Kilome constituency. And Mr. Speaker, I was of the requests.
Did you say up to the year 2000?
No, 1988 to 1992. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to condole with the family and the people of Kaiti who are mourning. And Mr. Speaker, it's my request, if through your directive we can have a minute of silence to condole with the people of Kaiti and the family at large, because he was a leader. He served the constituency for 5 years and contributed to the development of Kaiti constituency until when he left the seat. Mr. Speaker, I remember by then he served people of Kaiti, and they also remember his development agendas, whereby it was took to by the other former MPs, including me, whereby I'm still working the footsteps of Jevas Maingi. And my colleagues are here, Maanzo, who is a neighbor to my constituency, and Kilome MP Zambia, who was by then, it was the lunch Kilome. So, Mr. Speaker, I beg to give my condolences to the family and my constituency. Thank you.
Honorable Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to condole the people of Kaiti and Makueni County generally and Kenya. Mr. Speaker, when Honorable Maingi left Parliament and I was not able to be elected again, and at that time, Mr. Speaker, the constituency included some parts of what is Machakos town constituency, a whole location, and it was really quite a challenge to represent in those days due to the large masses, Mr. Speaker. When the Honorable Maingi left politics, he still continued to be a community leader and was very good in advising the young leaders like ourselves when the constituencies were later on split, and also participated in a lot of activities of development in the area. What is most important, Mr. Speaker, he also went into business when politics could not work anymore, and has been a business leader in that region, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to condole with the family of the late Maingi, and also the people of Kaiti constituency, Kilome constituency, and Makueni in generally, and the rest of Kenya. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Member for Kilome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to condole with the family of a former member of this House, Jevas Maingi, Timothy. And I'm sure right now there is no member of parliament who was in this House by then. That was 1988 to 1992. Maingi used to serve the current Kilome and Kaiti constituency. So if it was today, we could be saying we would be serving two constituencies. He will be remembered for his legacy in education. I remember he used to educate secondary school and college students. And I humbly request the members of this committee, of this House and the Kenya at large, to condole and pray for this family. Maingi was dedicated to the people of the two constituencies, the Kaiti and the Kilome. Let me take the opportunity to ask the members to stand with this family during these trying moments, and we pray for them before he's ready to rest. May God bless you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. I thought the members wanted to pass messages of condolences. Yeah? Do I see the member for Lunga Lunga desirous of Then let's go to the next order. What? Huh? Sorry, Honorable Kajwang, what's it?
Mr. Speaker, according to the customs and traditions of the House, would it be proper if we rose for a minute of silence in respect of the departed member, former member of Parliament, if it is in your discretion to do so?
Yeah, except that I did not have the written thing. So I don't know. How the members are aware. Good. Oh, it's somebody moving that happens.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, sir, having listened to condolences raised by the members in this House, I am moved, Mr. Speaker, because this is a man who has given his service to the nation, and public service, its only reward is if people are able to acknowledge that you benefited the society and you made it a little better than you found it. I therefore, with a lot of respect to members, move, Mr. Speaker, if it may please you, that members could rise for a minute in silence in respect of the services and the public service given by the departed member of Parliament. I so move.
Honourable members, motion has been proposed that the House rises to observe a moment of silence in honor of the late Honorable Jelfas Maingi, former member of Parliament for Kilome. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Next one.
Order number 8, motion, audited financial statements for state corporations. Resumption of debate.
Honourable members, there was no member on the floor at the time the House rose, and therefore anybody can contribute, but must be a member who has not contributed to this. The first person on the screen is the Honourable Paul Mwirigi, member for Igembe South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was to contribute to the next motion.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
The next one is Amin Kasim, member for Wajir East.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity again as a member of this committee to add my voice in regards to this 23rd report of the PIC. Honorable Speaker, we have been able to, in regards to this report, we have been able to capture about 48 state corporations. And some of the queries and some of the observations we have had and are quite varied. And one of the critical things we have realized is that these corporations have a massive engagement in terms of funding and allocation of funding from the exchequer. And it is prudent upon the oversight authority to look at, through the Auditor General's report, to see whether that finances have been prudently utilized over the period of expenditure. And be able to, as the starting order of 206, which mandated the PIC to look at the books, the audited books of those state corporations, we have observed a number of observations, and one of the key critical observations is land and ownership of properties and land and equipment, which we realized that there are quite a number of lands which belongs to a number of state corporations that are still not having titles. And titles is a key indicator of resources which are being held by those state corporations. And some of those state corporations are critical in terms of disposition of their mandate. Kenha is one of those KAA, which is currently, as you have heard it, how difficult it was, that some of the land is not in their possession, despite in their books indicating that it is for KA. National Housing Corporation and KPC, Kenya Public Corporations, Kenya Wildlife Services, those are some of the critical observations, and this is not unique to only those, but quite a number of state corporations we have realized have land issues, and those land issues have not been properly documented, and the titles are not in receipt by those state corporations. One of the key criticals we have served is that the Kenya Wildlife Services have 222 parcels of land, and it's only 45 parcels of land which have been registered, which is way out of the way. If you look at the Kenya Cooperative, Kenya KCC has 5 acres of its land which has been encroached out of the 32.9 acres which it is in their custody. So this idea of not having titles and lands which have been given to them is a recipe for encroachment, is a recipe for public encroaching into them and annexing it for their own personal use. So these are critical observations that we have had, and we have looked at it. One of the other issues we have realized is that the procurement process and the processes and management of control of finances is not properly done in terms of procurement, and it does not comply mostly with the Procurement Act of 2015. We have observed, as Eva will mention to cite one of the examples, is that the Miritini Road, which has been awarded a contract to the farm Telewa road contractor, awarded at 341 million. When this project was midway, it could not be able to pursue and continue, and the project was terminated, and yet it was paid 144.1 million shillings. That is a colossal sum of money. And the project has winded right in the middle of its time. And later, the project was again awarded to MSS Mehta to a tune of 292 million shillings, which brings the total expenditure to nearly 436, which is over 28%. So that clearly indicates that most of the state corporations and some of the state corporations are going before more than the stipulated 25%. And it's our recommendation that we look into those things. And other matters which we have also realized is the Mitihani House, which was given a contract in 1989. Imagine in 1989 a project was awarded, and up to date, that project has not winded up. It has not been completed. And that gives an expenditure of 1.8 billion shillings. And the initial award was 248 million shillings. It has gone over the years for the last many years to a tune of 1.8 billion shillings. And because of this fund, these are key irregularities we have been able to observe. And there are a lot of other issues which are also.
Well, before I give the next member, let me just indicate the members who have contributed to this motion so that we don't mix. The Honorable Chair Abdul Somad Nasir, seconded by the Vice Chair Ibrahim Abdisalan. Honorable Dindi Nyoro has spoken. Honorable TJ Kajwang, Honorable Godfrey Osotsi, Honorable Gishimo Gidinji, Honorable Hassan Maalim, Honorable Rono Kipkoskei, Honorable Chepkut Chirchir, the Honorable Dr. Nyikal, the Honorable Nyaga Mushiri, the Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe. So any other member is at liberty to contribute. A very interesting coincidence, the member for Wajir East on this side, the next one on the screen Member for Eldas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know you are former chair of this very important committee. I was also the former chair. What is interesting, Mr. Speaker, the same historical issues, and I'm glad that, first of all, we looked at the standing orders in the last parliament and helped this committee even in avoiding the midterm reconstitution. I think they should be very grateful to us because those are some of the reforms that we introduced. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, this committee has a very important mandate. And one of the important mandates is to examine in the context of autonomy and efficiency of public investment, whether the affairs of public investments are being managed in accordance with sound financial management and principles. Mr. Speaker, over the years, the same issues that we used to raise are the same issues that have been raised. But one critical thing that the committee ought to consider is under the current constitutional framework, Mr. Speaker, which slightly has improved the mandate and even the efficacy of committees' work, Mr. Speaker, I thought we will think out of the box and ensure that these state corporations, which are very important investments, Mr. Speaker, function in line with prudent public financial management, public finance regulations, public procurement and asset disposal regulations, Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act, and international public sector accounting standards and international financial reporting standards. Mr. Speaker, why I'm saying this? If you look at the same observations, Mr. Speaker, the issue of ownership has been there since time immemorial. What is it that the ministries, the parent ministries and these parastatals have done in order to improve the land challenges, the land ownership challenges that they have had? If anything, Mr. Speaker, there is nothing. Meaning, therefore, these organizations are being used as a milking cow, Mr. Speaker, in order to grab public lands. And this is the high time, Mr. Speaker, the ministries and the parastatals, where these parastatals fall, critically look at the issue of ownership of land, because this is very important. This is a very important investment, Mr. Speaker, and therefore we can't be having the same audit queries, the same concerns, the same year in, year out. And therefore, I want to really believe with the membership of this committee to critically dissect this and ensure that all state corporations with land issues get title deeds as a matter of urgency, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other issue that has always been there is the issue of procurement and execution of contract. This issue has been like this throughout. What we need to do right now, Mr. Speaker, because we have a progressive procurement laws, Mr. Speaker, this is the high time again that these key government investments are obligated by law to strictly follow the procurement regulations, Mr. Speaker. Without this, then the public investment and the public trust in these particular organizations will be a waste. And this has been the theory. And therefore, this is the high time that the committees invoke both the letter and the spirit of the current constitution, ensure that these parastatals do business differently in the way that because this has become the public money guzzler. It's like every year we vote money. Instead of making returns to the exchequer, what they do is they only bring back deficits. This is the high time, Mr. Speaker. We also limit these organizations in line with the Mongozo regulations, Mr. Speaker, because I do not know that policy was very important, was very good, was very progressive. But, Mr. Speaker, as usual, we fear implementing progressive laws. Where are the Mongozo regulations? Why are they not being implemented? It took a very broad-minded committees to come up with this. It has been shelved. This is the high time, Mr. Speaker, through you and through this House, that the Mongozo regulations are implemented so that we have productive and efficient public investment, Mr. Speaker, entities. Mr. Speaker, the other bit which has always been an issue is the issue of bending cases in court. Mr. Speaker, this issue, again, is one issue that has been abused. You realize that through the internally arranged legal representation, Mr. Speaker, or outsourced lawyers, this is one avenue of corruption, Mr. Speaker, and this is the high time that no case involving a particular state corporation should take more than a year or 2 years, Mr. Speaker. You realize there are cases that have been there for the last 10, 15 years. You ask yourself, if you ask the organization to declare how much they spent on that particular case, you realize it's even more than what the organization requires for operations. Meaning, therefore, you ask yourself, who benefits from that particular case? And it only reminds me what a friend of mine said. One time, he sent his son to go and study law in America. By the time the son was leaving Kenya, there was a case, a file case. After he came back 10 years down the line to Kenya, he realized the same file was there. And he asked the father, "Father, why don't you conclude this case?" And the father said, "Son, you are foolish. Without this file, you would not have gone to America." Don't we have the same thing, Mr. Speaker, in these many cases that exist? Mr. Speaker, the other bit that is of great concern to this particular organization is the appointment of accounting officers. You realize an officer acts for 5, like now, the Kura guy who was confirmed the other day, he was acting for 5 good years. That denies that officer a fair judgment, that denies the right to think, the right to be independent, and therefore it is high time that also the appointing authorities realize that appointment to some of these key positions must be expedited so that these people can act independently. Because the moment you're acting, it's like you're not sure whether the next minute you'll be in office or somebody else will be brought in acting capacity. And therefore, you have to guard against, or everything that you do must be in conformity with the person who has given you that acting status. And Mr. Speaker, this is one thing that we can put our foot down, because right now we have so many regulations, and I know the time is too short, maybe you'll give me 2 more minutes. This is one area that really, Mr. Speaker, we need to address because it has always been the case. Mr. Speaker, the other bit is the issue of financial performance and stability of the state corporations. This again in line with, do we need to have state corporations that do not add value to the public interest, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, can I?
No, you are the ones who passed these timelines. 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the other bit is the lack of documentation of Auditor General. Again, the Auditor General Office is one of the constitutional offices that deal with this. We need to complain. Mr. Speaker, the other one is the issue of unqualified accounts. I know there are some corporations that have done very well, but Mr. Speaker, in general, the essence why the framers of the current constitution or our forefathers came up with this particular, and why in Kenya we have this special group called state corporation, is to add value to the public. And therefore, it's my appeal to the members of the committee to ensure that the existence of this state corporation add value to the well-being of the people of Kenya. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A very important point that you raised, particularly the second last, and the chairman of the committee is here, and I can see a few more members. There should be no situation where a CEO of a state corporation can act in excess of 6 months. And if there's any corporation that you think they are acting CEOs, you better call the appointing authorities to come and appear before you and explain why that should be so. There's no reason. Because as Honorable Kenan has rightly pointed out, I know he's chaired that committee for the last 5 years. You know, that is the part of the problems, that you have so many things happening and you can't quite explain. Because people are kept in acting positions for so long. Then if somebody has been acting for 3 years and they are appointed to serve for 3 years, so they have served for 6 years. But the first 3 years, they didn't know whether they were animals or bands. So they were just somewhere there. So please, Chairman, take up that matter. That challenge by the Honorable Kenan is a valid one. Member for Funyula.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to give me a chance to contribute on this report. I wholly support the report and thank the chair of the committee for the splendid job together with the members and the secretariat. It's never easy to have such a detailed report in view of the challenges that we have. I hope the Almighty God will grant him his wishes in future endeavors. Honorable Speaker, just want to point out a few issues, and let me start with the issue of land, ownership, and documentation. It is inconceivable that this time and era that a state corporation can allegedly have a parcel of land or property where they have got no valid title. The Land Registration Act is explicitly clear on what constitutes a prima facie evidence of ownership of a property. That's the land title or the deed title or certificate of lease. Indeed, failure by the state corporation to get those particular documentation would be termed as a dereliction of duty, and so we mean during when they are evaluating their performance, they should be given 0, and probably at the time of renewal of their contract, they should not be allowed to renew the contract. Honorable Speaker, I want to turn my attention to a very fundamental issue, and many of us have questioned this matter continuously and instantly. A state corporation, or a parastatal as we know it today, was basically designed to be a self-sustaining organization, was designed to contribute to the economy of this country, was designed to contribute to the exchequer. I see a footnote in the report, and I want to read it verbatim, that further it was observed that state corporations over-relied on government grants for continued operations other than enhancing internally generated funds, raising doubts on their capability as going concern in the absence of support from the National Treasury. Honestly, Honorable Speaker, it is unfair to the people of Kenya for their taxes to be used to run what will more or less look like a private entity. I'm aware there has been a lot of efforts in the Office of the President to try and reorganize these state corporations. And I would add the executive to hasten the process and reorganize and review these state corporations so that we only retain those ones that are sustainable and that contribute something useful to the exchequer. It is a failure, as a business failure, as a manager, to operate on a deficit year in, year out, yet you have all that it requires for you to deliver on what you have to. Therefore, like in the private sector, if you don't make profits, as a CEO, you know the best way is the door, the exit door. So I would want to urge the government and those CSS, cabinet secretaries, that oversee these state departments, to apply pressure on these parastatals to ensure that they become profitable, they stop and cease depending on the National Treasury for survival. Honorable Speaker, I sit in the Committee of Trade, Industry and Cooperative, and we have made it very clear to the various agencies that we oversight, especially the parastatals, that we are not going to entertain further injection of public funds into their daily operation unless it's for a specific development project that has got a high multiplier effect on the economy of this country. Finally, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of procurement. Indeed, the Public Procurement Disposal Act is very clear. Variation should never exceed 25% of the initial contract sum. I can't understand how any state corporation can allow for a project to exceed 25%. We can only read that there's a very clear attempt to gain unlawfully from public funds through variations in order to benefit personally. Secondly, the issue of time overruns. A properly planned project should not have a more than 10% time overrun based on the work plan agreed upon at the tendering process or planning. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support.
Very well spoken, the Honorable Undo. In fact, it is good that you have said the things that you have said. And in consideration of the Speaker's earlier direction for a reconsideration of public participation for the Kenya Airways issue, it is hoped that that committee would also have an opportunity to look at the financial statements of Kenya Airways from the CEOs for the past 5 years, so that the House will be properly informed when it is considering that report, along with your contributions. We shall have contributions from the Honorable Tuku Kwenya, member for Kinangop.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to this motion and this report that emanated from our committee, Public Investments Committee. And from the onset, I want to thank our able chair, the Honorable Nasir, who we are praying that by God's grace he wins the position of the governor of Mombasa when time comes because of his competence. Mr. Speaker, we have been able to go through several reports and audit reports that in that case of various parastatals. And Mr. Speaker, as my colleagues have rightly stated, we found out that there are some issues that are outstanding in all audit reports, the issues to do with land, procurement, and bureaucracies in terms of implementation of decisions that are made. And Mr. Speaker, I have singled out a few parastatals that I would want to speak on, starting with Kenya Airports Authority, where it's one of the parastatals that is eliciting a lot of reactions and debate from even members because of the proposed takeover or merger of KAA and Kenya Airports Authority. And there are several issues that I would want to bring to the fore, especially the issue of land, because you find that, Mr.
The Honorable
Speaker...
Chepkut, just hold on, the Honorable Kwenye. The Honorable Chepkut, you need to, you have been observant of the House rules. Crossing the floor in the manner that you did earlier to speak to the Honorable Nasir is not the proper way. But next time, do it correctly. Observe the rules of the House. Proceed, the Honorable Kwenye.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I was saying that the Kenya Airports Authority has a lot of issues to do with land, whereby they have land and they do not have title deeds. And it becomes so difficult when it comes to their financial reporting, because they'll have to give the actual value of land or properties that they own. And therefore, it came out clearly that it is so difficult to give a clear valuation report on the property that is owned by Kenya Airports Authority. And therefore, as much as we do not want to preempt debate on the envisaged or the proposed merger, it will be so difficult for takeover to happen when for sure we do not know the exact value of land that is owned by Kenya Airports Authority. Mr. Speaker, we also found out that Kenya Airports Authority is have this habit of procuring so many projects, yet most of them are incomplete. And the question that begs is, do they procure just for the heck of, for the heck of it, and then have the same as incomplete projects after contractors have been paid part of their money, and therefore the same ends up in a lot of arbitration. We also looked at the reports of Kenya Pipeline Company, and Mr. Speaker, something that touched us and actually that brought us to so many questions is the issue of compensation of contractors, especially the one that was doing line 5 from Mombasa to Nairobi, whereby a certain contractor was contracted, that is Zakem International, and there came up a claim where he was supposed to be paid some monies. And what really struck us is that the kind of money that was claimed and the recommendations thereof, and the many consultations that were made, a decision was made that the contractor be paid his money. The same escalated to court of law because the company could not pay. And then from the media today, I can tell you for sure, Mr. Speaker, the same amount was given to the contractor. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, just for purposes of record, the other one is KCC, whereby Kenya Cooperative Creameries buys milk from farmers. This is a parastatal that needs to be protected, so that then the unfair competition is not brought by private processors. The government of Kenya needs to put money to KCC so that then it is seen to be a regulator or a stabilizer of the market to protect farmers from the losses that they have been incurring over time. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I just wish that we adopt this report because I support it. It's a report that is going to be a game changer in the way that parastatals do their job. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Quite understandable. The Honorable Kwenye, coming from Kinangop, where milk producers, of course, have got a deep interest in KCC. Well spoken. The Honorable Buyu Akinye, member for Kisumu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. But, Mr. Speaker, I opt to pass this chance to another member as I wait for the next motion. Thank you.
Very well, very well, very well. We shall then have the Honorable Ibrahim Abdisalam, member for Aegean North. He had already spoken to it. Very well. The next on my list is the Honorable Were Ongondo, member for Kasipul.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to request to allow me to speak on item 10, motion 10.
Very well, the Honorable Were. The next one on my list is the Honorable Babu Ongeli, member for Embakasi East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the report, the 23rd report of the Public Investment Committee on the audited financial statements of state corporation, and the committee which is chaired by the indomitable, the indefatigable, the lion-hearted, the fearless, the courageous member of Parliament from Vita constituency, Honorable Abdul Swamad, who doubles to be the next governor of Mombasa County. May God's will be done. Mr. Speaker, on this, we came up with certain observations in our committee, and number one, we saw that there are delays in availing documents to the Auditor General. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, as we know, one of the maxims of equity states that delay defeats equity. Therefore, we urge the CEOs to comply with the provisions of Section 68, subsection 2 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 to ensure that they act with Godspeed to present the documents that will be helpful in our investigation. Number two, Mr. Speaker, the procurement process is so much flawed, and we know that when it's flawed, Mr. Speaker, it is against the Public Procurement Assets and Disposal Act. And Mr. Speaker, this leads to inflation of projects' costs, and it can also lead to delay in completion of the said projects. Mr. Speaker, the third issue is about the court matters. In the court, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of delays, and therefore there should be fast expedition of cases in court. And number two, the CEOs, before taking matters before a court of law, before involving themselves in litigation, they should embrace the ADR, Alternative Dispute Resolution Mechanisms, which is enshrined in Article 159 of the 2010 Kenyan Constitution, which is the apex of the law in this land, and whoever goes against that apex of the law becomes inconsistent and repugnant to the natural laws and justice. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, is about the ownership of property and land. And in this, Mr. Speaker, we noted that most state corporations, they don't possess title deeds. And as a result, this leads to most of these state corporations not coming up with projects, because you cannot start a project on a land that does not belong to you, Mr. Speaker. And lastly is about the financial performance. Mr. Speaker, most of these state corporations, they are limping financially. And without the help of the national government, they don't have the internal generated funds that can help them at least fund their projects. And as a result, very soon, Mr. Speaker, most of these state corporations will be insolvent. And Mr. Speaker, with that, I rest my case and support with all my body parts and organs. Thank you.
The Honorable Babu, the member for Embakasi East, is always an interesting one to listen to. The Honorable Milemba Omboko is in the house. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this chance. For giving me this chance, and I want to fully support this report by the committee, and also thank the chairman. And of course, like the member for Embakasi did state, this is a very strong member of parliament from Vita. And I hear that he has interest there. We wish him well if he has to become the governor. This report is so strong, Honorable Speaker, and maybe it just shows the quality of person he is. Honorable Speaker, I begin by stating the original reason why state corporations were created, sometimes called the parastatals. They were created specifically, among other things, to fit in places where the individual or the private businesses could not fit in. And therefore, it was very important the government comes in to take care of those areas. Honorable Speaker, with time, the economy did expand when we got independence. And there are very many areas that currently now, the private enterprises are doing far much better than even the state corporations. And therefore, they become now irrelevant, and it's high time that some of them be audited thoroughly so that with an intention of actually facing those that cannot sustain themselves out, are also facing those whom the private entrepreneurs have taken over, like in the case of supermarkets. Originally, no individual Kenyan was able to invest in supermarkets strongly, but with time they have come in, and the state corporations in areas of marketing and trading become irrelevant. So this report is timely and should be pushed to the very end so that we sieve out the state corporations that are now have remained only to suck the government exchequer money instead of making profits. They have outlived their importance. And that is why this report becomes very, very important. Of course, there are few that must remain even when they are making no profit, Honorable Speaker, because they may be touching in an area that is important for the nation. And I will be quick to give an example like Kenya Railways, for instance, because it touches on lives of many people and the interests are wide and far. But that can remain to the economists of the time. Honorable Speaker, I would specifically want to speak on land, because these state corporations have a lot of land, and like it has been indicated, some of that land doesn't have title deeds. And it has become a sieving point for those who are corrupt within government to actually take that land away. And that is why positions on state corporation leadership becomes very, very interestingly competed for and sometimes tribalized. And sometimes you'll find they're acting for a very long time. It's because of interests. So the faster we adopt this report and is acted upon, the better. So that when you are dealing with a state corporation, you also value the land it has. Because currently you will hear that we want to privatize. Yes, I support that when it comes. But are you privatizing including the value of the land that these state corporations do have? Honorable Speaker, a more touchy one to me is one that has been mentioned here called Mutiani House. Honorable Speaker, Mutiani House has been built for all the years. The estimate cost was supposed to have been 200 million only. Tonight, as we speak, Honorable Speaker, Mutiani House has taken about 1.8 billion Kenya shillings that can never get finished. Each time there's an aspect of finishing Mutiani House, the matter is taken to court, and I'm happy the report brings out the issue, the relationship between the court cases and the state corporation. Honorable Speaker, those state court cases is an avenue of actually fleecing more and more of the monies through the state corporations. And I want to state, Honorable Speaker, because my time is out, that this is a very good report and I fully support it. Thank you for giving me this chance.
Very well spoken, the Honorable Member for Emuhaya. The issue of land is very, very interesting in these state corporations. It is true, I've heard of a case where one state corporation was privatized and sold for about 900 million. And the person who took it up only sold 3 houses that state corporation had here in Nairobi and recovered 1.2 million before he did anything else. It's very interesting. The Honorable Wanga Nyasuna, member for Homa Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this report of the Public Investments Committee. Mr. Speaker, before I left on promotion to chair the Finance Committee, where you're a very strong member, I served in the Public Investment Committee, and I'd like to commend our chairman, Honorable Abdul Samad Sharif Nasir. And if the diligence with which he serves the PIC is utilized by the people of Mombasa when he becomes governor, then Mombasa will continue to rise, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me, Mr. Speaker, let me state that as Parliament, when we look at these reports of the Audit Committee, apart from the recommendations to other institutions to perform certain things, we must also look inward. What is it that Parliament can do to improve the systems so that we do not have these audit queries year after year, because we are the body charged with legislation, Mr. Speaker. So we must also look at what legislation can we tighten so that we are not year in, year out dealing with procurement issues, dealing with issues remaining in court, dealing with issues of these reports of the audit committees of this House not being implemented to the letter, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the first thing I'd like to state is the Office of the Auditor General is severely under-resourced. When you ask, for example, for a special audit, and we have asked, when you ask for a special audit, the Auditor General takes so long. By the time the special audit comes, the matter was long overtaken by events. The person had been arrested, charged, is away. Now, even if you call them to come and answer questions, they can even refuse to come because it's no longer a matter of priority to them. So I think the matter of resourcing the Office of the Auditor General adequately is should be a very, very serious priority for this House, just so that the Auditor General can operate at optimum capacity. Mr. Speaker, you find that when you look at the Auditor General's reports, you find organizations that have so many audit queries, and one has been given as an example here, the Kenya Airports Authority. Just incomplete projects, Mr. Speaker, Ukunda airstrip fencing, Embakasi fencing project, construction of Terminal 4, building, parking garage, grade parking, construction of fire station at Wilson Airport, construction, and these are some of these parastatals. As a country, we said we even want to bring expatriates to head them. Expatriates are overrated, Mr. Speaker. When you put them there to now run a Kenyan institution properly and make it efficient, sometimes it does not produce results. And this must be noted, that we can have homegrown talent that is good, that can drive institutions to the place they need to be. If you look even at Kabunde Airport, International Airport in Homa Bay, it has been, pending for the longest time, just because Kenya Airports Authority cannot work with the Land Commission quickly to compensate, the owners of the land, so that we can have a proper runway built at Kabunde, Mr. Speaker. And that is our international airport as the people of Homa Bay. And we would like it to be completed so that we are able to land large Embraers in the county of choice. Mr. Speaker, I also would like to make a comment on the issue of who follows up the implementation of these recommendations. Who follows up that implementation? And we need to put it in law that if an accounting officer does not implement recommendations of an audit committee report like this one, that accounting officer should be held responsible. So, Mr. Speaker, in the Committee of Finance, we will be discussing to bring amendments to the Public Audit Act so that we put it in law that there will be punishment for accounting officers that do not implement recommendations of PIC and PAC. Mr. Speaker, finally, the timelines for audit, because a lot has been said here about delay by organizations in submitting or parastatals in submitting their financial accounts to the Auditor General for purposes of audit. We should also look at that so that we reduce it from 3 months after the end of the financial
The Honorable Wanga. All right. Half a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we reduced it from 3 months to the end of the financial year to just 1 month after the end of the financial year, the auditor would have enough time to audit and then give us reports in good time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Throw the Honorable Wanga, the future definitely belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. So when you say that you would like to have embryos, large ones, landing at Sune, is it Suneka? Kabune, in the Homa Bay. We can only pray and hope that your dreams also will become a reality. So we pray for the Honorable Nasir, that all of you seem to be praying for him for greater things in future. We hope that his dreams will see reality. We shall have contribution from the Honorable Russell Ali, member for Saku.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on the onset, I want to thank the chairman, my brother Abdul Samad. I think looking at this report, I always find him he's a stickler for the best things I think that he does. And that is the finest thing we expect of all our chairmen. As you proceed to Mombasa, I think as committees, we normally visit Mombasa also in our free time. With your leadership, it's going to be a different Mombasa. We are going to hold you to that. Honorable Speaker, I support this report. For one, I think the report is well written and it's really very comprehensive. I'm also really interested with this report because all these institutions that are funded directly or indirectly by the National Treasury, in one way or another, they are expected to generate their own funds to be able to carry out their operations. But as it were, some of what the committee has highlighted in the report is things like the state corporation undertook procurement processes irregularly, contrary to the provisions of Public Procurement Act. Mr. Speaker, in this country, one of the problems we are experiencing is in procurement across government, where it is the source of corruption, is this the source of pilferage, and it is the source of failure of project completion in time. Mr. Speaker, the other point is delayed contract and variation of cost. I think this is really important, and some of my colleagues who have spoken before me have alluded to this fact. Some of these projects that have been tied to a timeline, that the cost to an extent is capped. But what the contractors will tend to do is to delay so that there is variation of cost. At the end, it will cost more to the taxpayer. And I think it's important that PIC has picked up this so that we try to maintain the project on the rail that says what is the estimated time of completion. Honorable Speaker, the issue of land, I think, is really important. Land is capital. It is a factor of production. When you do not hold any document that tells you this land belongs to you, I think then it gives this institution a very fickle ground on which they stand. And for that reason, I think we must put some sort of moratorium on these parastatals to actually make sure that the land that they own documents along with. That is why more often they are in court, because they are in dispute with the citizens of this country. Honorable Speaker, matters pending in court, I think this also has been spoken to. But they say justice delayed is justice denied. Once a project is delayed, of course, one of the things that makes this project to be delayed is it is pulled through the court. It has cost implication. But the best thing to do is, most of the time, once the institution and the contractor and the Office of the Auditor General confirms, then they can arbitrate and it can be taken out of court. Finally, Honorable Speaker, is the matter of the Office of Auditor General. I think this office is very important. And for PIC to be able to effectively carry out its duties, this office should be funded and it must be well manned.
Very well. The Honorable Kamene Joyce, member for Machakos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to air my views on the following report. First is to thank the chair and the entire committee for a job well done and for coming out with this comprehensive report about our parastatals or the state corporations. Mr. Speaker, the biggest issue here is about the implementation of this report, and more so when it comes to the issue of issuing the title deeds. We know there is a lot of land grabbing in current times, and it would be very good if each parastatal was able to acquire the title deeds and have them in their possession. The other issue is on the procurement. The procurements should be made in accordance with the regulations and also make sure that there's no mischief or embezzlement of public funds on the following issues. Mr. Speaker, with this, I beg to thank the committee and also support this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Jeremiah Kioni, member for Ndaragwa.
Do you want me? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, fully aware that the campaigns for 2022 have not begun, I totally refuse to say that the honorable member for Muvita is capable of managing the affairs of Mombasa because the campaigns have not begun. So I'm not saying it, Mr. Speaker, even if he is capable, it is not, I'm not saying that he is capable, but I know he is totally capable and I refuse to say it. Mr. Speaker, I want to support this report by saying that I think one of the other things that, among other many things that members have said, I think Mr. Nasir should encourage Parliament to resume sittings in Mombasa for the retreat and not for anything else, but to rejuvenate the economy of Mombasa. Mr. Speaker, I have heard members speak to the issues of procurement, the issues of the Office of the Auditor General, and there are 10 recommendations that have been made by this committee under the leadership of Mheshimiwa Nasir, and good recommendations, Mr. Speaker. There is need for the parastatals to ensure that land under them or they own is registered in their names to avoid encroachment. There is need to ensure that procurement processes are being followed properly. Mr. Speaker, there is a new area that is being used by these parastatals, and I believe also by the county government, to freeze the public of their resources, and that is in fencing. I see a lot of fencing of public facilities, and it is good because in so doing, you are indicating ownership. But when you undertake fencing on land that is already disputed, land that is in court, you are awarding contracts with, certainly with the mind that they will not be done, and you again expose yourself to loss of money, perhaps deliberately, as other times not so. I think it is important that they pay attention to that. The issue of delaying in appointment of accounting officer to even beyond 2 years, again, another unacceptable behavior by these parastatals. But Mr. Speaker, let me say what I think also, perhaps going forward, how the committee can improve their report. They have very good recommendations, and all these offices have human faces. those who failed to do what was expected of them by the specific acts, by the Constitution, by the Leadership and Integrity Act, by the Mwongozo document. And I think the committee should go to the point of culling those names in the report. The fear of a public officer being mentioned adversely in a parliamentary document would certainly move the officers to, doing what is already expected or implementing what has already been called upon by these reports. But mentioning the parastatal without bringing the name of the officer who failed to do that specific exercise, again, you don't call for the implementation. I say this because we have an implementation committee, and we know they are trying their best, but Parliament is always inhibited in the fact that they cannot move to the next phase of perhaps suing, or ours is oversight and recommendation. And there is a law that requires that, or provides that once mentioned adversely in any public report, and especially parliamentary reports, then you may be debarred from carrying out some specific duties in the coming days. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it is important that in the coming reports, let's have names of individuals who have failed or who need to be investigated further. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I think it's also important that the committee, and I know it may be falling under other committees, I was looking for their thoughts on the proposed merger of parastatals. Is this something that should continue being pursued? That is thoughts that are in other quarters. I thought perhaps the committee will have exercised their mind on the issue also to ensure that they are viable and useful to this republic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Odhiambo Akoth, member for Suba North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, unlike my friend Honorable Jeremiah Kioni, who is waiting for 2022 to declare competence or otherwise of the chair, I hereby declare that I've worked with the chair for a long time, and I know he's extremely competent, even to serve as governor, and I'm not under any duress to say so. He's done very well as the chair, and he has done extremely well also as the MP. That's why he's actually been given the second chance. Mr. Speaker, may I congratulate the chairman and the committee for this good job. And I'll just say, make a brief comments, Mr. Speaker. The report looks at 48 state corporations, and they've done their best in terms of looking at the corporations and the accounting issues. Mr. Speaker, there were just some issues that were standing out, some which other members have spoken to. One on the issue of the need for titles for state corporations. Mr. Speaker, this is a very big problem in the country, not just touching on state corporations, but also touching on other lands, public lands. Mr. Speaker, when I got in as Member of Parliament for Suba North, the largest public primary school in my constituency was about to be sold. The matter had already gone to court because the person who had originally sold the land, there was no documentation, and over years, people tend to change their minds, and that's happening all over. And because there was no further money to be given, they were selling the largest school. So we had to quickly come in and redeem the school at 2 million Kenya shillings, Mr. Speaker. But one of the things I've noticed, because it's a present problem even in my constituency now, that even where you get the title deeds, first even the process of getting those title deeds, who actually does it, who is mandated to do it? But even when you do get the title deeds, who actually takes the physical or secures the document physically? And Mr. Speaker, what then that happens is that if it is a school, it is left with the headmaster or the principal. And if you find a person without integrity, then they can still go ahead and try and compromise lands and sell this, or they can lose it, so that these same people go back again and seek the same title. And Mr. Speaker, I would want to encourage this committee to bring a legal amendment so that we have a repository of state titles, because we don't currently have a body that is a repository for state titles, and not just for these corporations, but for any state entity. If I have a title as Honorable Millie Odhiambo, I know where I keep it in my house. But where do we keep it? If a school burns, for instance, how do we, who has that physical title? I think that is something that they need to look at. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, that I picked up is, again, I think Honorable Jeremiah noticed this, and I also picked it up, that the committee did a good job by actually mentioning that the CEOs should be held personally accountable where the government money is lost. But I was hoping the committee could have been brave enough to hold people personally accountable by naming them. Because when you name people individually, then most of them are very scared. And then it kind of increases accountability. So I'm encouraging the committee that in future, we need to do this. The other issue that I've seen that is of concern to me, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of squatters, that you can actually see the history of this. I had so much, Mr. Speaker, I'm seeing I'm running out of time. But the issue of squatters, if you actually look at this, that we always have squatters that begin, they don't come in drafts. It's usually one person, and then they multiply. And using the broken window concept, Mr. Speaker, that's how they actually come in, because when they see nobody chasing them. So we need to be also serious as a government that whenever we have one person invading public land, we don't need to wait and then we chase them and then the government looks bad when you're actually in government land. So what we need to do is to stop people even squatting on that land to begin with. Mr. Speaker, the other issue that is of concern to me that I've also...
The Honorable, you have very interesting points. I'll allow you another 1 minute to wind up.
Thank you, Chair, for indulging me. Mr. Speaker, I'll be very fast. That the other issue of concern to me is the issue of commingling of funds, that we must also find a way of dealing. Like I can give an example that when you see now, when you have different entities that are dealing with the government funds, we have counties, we have CDF, we have these corporations. If one has started to build on something, like our counties are very notorious, they find that it's almost complete, it's been abandoned 10 years, they come in, Mr. Speaker, they complete it. The original building maybe has been done at 20 million. They put in 50 million in paper when it's actually 1 million. And then we end up losing a lot of money. Again, we need actually a legal framework for dealing with the double funding where you have more than 2 entities doing this. Mr. Speaker, because of time, I'll stop at that, but I think I'll give my written comments to the committee, especially on legal frameworks about things that we can do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Millie Odhiambo, I think the most interesting thing I've heard from you is in regard to the titles to public land owned by public entities, and that we should have public repositories, the offices of with. You should not wait for this particular committee to take it up. But it is a good idea that I would be glad to associate myself with you so that we come up and improve the state of this particular matter for titles for public land in this country. I'm excited by it. Yes, I will be willing to follow up.
It's something that we can work with you on, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Very well. We shall have a contribution from the Honorable Nyikal. The Honorable Nyikal, member for Seme. Oh, you had contributed. The Honorable Mwashetani, had you contributed to this? Please do.
Asante sana, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa kunipa fursa hii kuweza kuchangia katika ripoti hii iliyoletwa na Mheshimiwa Sharif Nasiri ama Abdul Samad. Kwanza kabisa, Mheshimiwa Spika, niko na bahati kuwa Sharif Nasiri tulikuwa tusoma naye darasa moja. Na mimi nimebahatika kuwa naye bunge, kuchaguliwa kwa mara ya pili. Kwa hivyo kazi yake mimi naielewa, na mimi kikweli kweli naona natosha kwa uwezo wa Mwenyezi Mungu kuwa governor Mombasa. Mheshimiwa Spika, ukaguzi huu wa hesabu ni ukaguzi ambao sisi kama wabunge ni muhimu kuangalia sana. Mheshimiwa Spika, kulingana na sheria ya Kenya, yeyote ambaye ana haki ya sehemu yoyote ama shamba lolote ni paka awe hati miliki. Lakini ni jambo la kushangaza tukiangalia katika mtiririko wa habari hii ni kuwa mashirika mengi ya serikali hayana hati miliki. Ni kumaanisha, Mheshimiwa Spika, mgogoro ambao imekuwepo nikiwa katika kamati ya mashamba, tumeletewa masuala mengi ama migogoro mingi kuhusu baina ya wananchi na mashirika ya serikali. Na huu mgogoro, Mheshimiwa Spika, tumeweza kutatua kwa kuita wizara ya mashamba na kuipa kauli mbiu kuwa kuna haja ya kuzunguka na kuhakikisha mashirika ya kiserikali yamepata hati miliki. Lakini kama inavyozungumzwa kuwa, Mheshimiwa Spika, sisi wabunge tunajinyima wenyewe nguvu, kwa sababu zile nguvu ambazo tuko nazo za kikatiba ya kuwa ripoti yoyote inayopitishwa na bunge hili ni wale ambao wanatakikana kuikamilisha wakamilishe, lakini kwa sababu hatuna mipango msingi ama hatuna mielekeo msingi, ni kuwa ripoti nyingi tukipitisha katika bunge hili, Mheshimiwa Spika, zinapatikana katika mashelfu ama katika mameza zile ambazo ni za wale wahusika. Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiangalia kwa upande wa equalization funds zile ambazo zimekuwa zikitolewa kwa sababu ya kuleta usawa, Mheshimiwa Spika, kama sehemu ile ninaowakilisha, kuna uwekezaji ambao umetumika na pesa za serikali kuchimba visima zaidi, visima karibu visita. Visima vile, Mheshimiwa Spika, vimesimama kwa sababu yule ambaye alikuwa ni kiongozi ama CEO wa shirika lile la maji aliondoka, akaja mwingine. Alipoondoka kuingia mwingine, yule mwingine ameshindwa kukamilisha pale ambapo pesa za serikali ama pesa za umma zimetumika. Ukamilishaji wa miradi, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni muhimu, na sisi kama wabunge tumepewa nguvu nyingi ya kuwa tunawakilisha wale wananchi. Sisi 290 tukija hapa tuko na masuala ambayo yanawakilisha wananchi. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, kauli mbiu inayotoka katika bunge hili ni kauli ambayo yatakana ipatiwe uzito, kwa sababu bila uzito tutakuwa tukileta ripoti nyingi. Tumeleta ripoti ya mashamba, ya kuwa kuna mashamba ambayo yanachukuliwa na mashirika mbalimbali kiolela. Tumeleta waheshimiwa wengine wameleta masuala ya mashamba kuhusu wananchi wao vile wanavyopelekwa mbio, lakini wakati tukileta ripoti ndiyo inakubalika, inapitishwa, lakini haipatiwi uzito. Kwa yote yale ambayo yamepitishwa katika ripoti hii na mheshimiwa na kamati yake Chef Nasiri, ni kumaanisha kuwa ni yafatilizwe, yaangaliwe, yaweze kukamilishwa. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, bila kufuata, kwa sababu hata ile kamati ya implementation committee haina nguvu nyingi. Ile nguvu imepatiwa, lakini zile nguvu hazikamilishi masuala kama haya. Ukiangalia katiba inasema wazi, Kiingereza inasema kuwa sisi kama wabunge tuko na nguvu Kiingereza kuresolve na kudeliberate. To deliberate and resolving. Kuresolve kwa lugha ya Kiswahili haraka ni kukamilisha swala lile linaloletwa kwenye bunge hili. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiweza kuweka mikakati ya kisawasawa ya kuwa jambo lolote linalopitishwa na bunge hili linakamilishwa, basi ripoti nyingi ambazo zimekuja hapa zinaweza kukamilishwa. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi naunga mkono ripoti hii na nashukuru kwa kunipa fursa hii. Asante sana.
Honorable Meli.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this report, the 23rd report of the Public Investment Committee. And Madam Speaker, I want to commend the chair and the members for this report. I want to say that the work that has been put forth by the committee is quite commendable. And I want to say that the mandate of this committee is actually manifested in the report. it shows the abilities and the leadership of the chair of that particular committee, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this has actually shown the way forward for all state corporations. And I want to say that even the Inspector of State Corporations and even the National Treasury, which is actually the body that is in charge of most of the state corporations, or the sector that is in charge of most of the state corporations, should actually take this report and be part of its handbook on how to oversight some of the state corporations that have issues. I want to say that, as a member of this committee, I want to say that this report has actually been meticulously written and a number of issues have come up. Madam Speaker, I don't want to really go into a lot of issues that other members have talked about, but I want to talk about a number of issues that concerns observations and recommendations. Madam Speaker, you'll realize that the activities of this Parliament are very active in committees. It is in committees that Parliament is able to oversight government and the executive. It is in the committees that they make a lot of deliberations concerning various sectors of government and even the society. But I really want to talk only about the issues of ownership. Madam Speaker, land is a very emotive issue in this country. You'll realize that a number of state corporations, mostly universities, research facilities, have land that they do not own. They have no ownership document. And I think our earlier speakers have talked about that. But we also have equipments that have been inherited by some of the state corporations from other corporations, and they don't own it. We have in question a number of universities that have actually inherited land, inherited equipment, inherited buildings, and many others, and they do not actually have even the titles, the logbooks of the various vehicles and equipments. This is actually, the lack of ownership of these equipments, of the legal documents, is going to open a way where some of these equipments can easily get lost. And the committee has made very good recommendations. And I want to say that there is need for follow-up on how these things can actually be secured. On another issue is the challenges facing most of the state corporations on procurements, controls, and management of management processes in most of those bodies. You realize that, Madam Speaker, most of the state corporations, others have actually do not follow the necessary procurement procedures as a part of the PFM Act. And even the Disposal Act, the Public Procurement Disposal Act of 2005, you realize that some have entered into contracts that at times have costed them a lot, has actually put them, has even caused the government to be surcharged and even earned a lot of, have even been taken to court. Madam Speaker, there's also the delay in the appointment of the CEOs. A number of the CEOs, some of them have been very, very good, but they have been in captain capacity for many years, which in the right sense, if they could be confirmed, they could actually work very well. Madam Speaker, there is the issue of financial performance sustainability. Most of the state corporations depend on the national government, on funding. They have not decided to have their own way of generating income. And the recommendation and implementations of this recommendation by the committee need to be relooked into and actually be supported both by the implementation committee of this House and by the executive. I support, Madam.
We have 1 minute to go, and I'll give this to Honorable Nyikal. The Honorable Nyikal, you contributed already. Honorable Sahal Ibrahim? No, she's not interested. Honorable Osotsi Godfrey? Do you want to speak on this one? Okay, then it seems like there is no other member who intends to contribute on this one, and I'll go ahead to call the mover. I'll call upon the mover to reply. Honorable Nasir.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to first and foremost, on my own behalf and on behalf of the people of Mvita, to congratulate my colleagues, members of the Public Investment Committee, for being able to allow the stewardship, together with the Office of the Speaker and the clerk, and definitely the clerks who serve in our committee. It is no mean task coming up with a report of 48 state corporations, a very, very in-depth report, which is plus 600 pages. Madam Speaker, this report, I just want to give an overview, and I'm glad that so many members have been able to contribute on this. But this report talks about many things, issues to do with land ownership. And we have not been just on the reactive part. We have been on the proactive part. We have looked at this report, and when it comes to issues of land, given instructions and recommendations as to what needs to be done regarding land that has been purported to be grabbed. We have talked and even given instructions and directions on those individuals who have flouted procurement laws so that they can be able to enrich themselves. We have been able, Madam Speaker, on this report, save this country billions of shillings, which would have been paid out of interest due to neglect or purposely ensuring that contractors do not get paid on time or projects take too long to be able to complete. We have been able in this report to identify projects that have been incomplete and there have been, over the years, been milking stations of certain individuals, and we have been able to put a stop on it. Now, many members have been able to ask what next. And my message to the judiciary, to the National Land Commission, to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, to the DCI, in this report, we have been able to advise you on what needs to be done. We have been able to state who needs to be investigated, who needs to be charged, and in some cases, even names have been talked about. And when you are told there are certain area smells of rotten fish, then the chances are that that area has rotten fish. To the executive, we want to work hand in hand to be able to make this country a better country. So to the executive, Madam Speaker, when we tell you that such a place is where it smells fresh flowers and fresh roses or fresh fruits, then there's a likelihood that that is where an orchard is, and that is where we need to invest for this country to be able to benefit. And I want to tell, if anything else, to say that this is a warning. I know many other entities have been able to talk about KEMSA legally as per the constitution of this country. It is this very house that can be able to audit KEMSA. And legally and constitutionally, it is this same very house, through this committee, that can be able to hold KEMSA accountable. So I want to tell those who felt that they can be able to enrich themselves, we are coming for you. We are coming for those who pilferaged in the name of ensuring that, food security is done. We are coming for you, those who are trying to pilferage in the name of roads. And I want to appeal to my colleagues. I know my time is up, and I want to thank everyone. The Vice Chair is here, who has been very, very keen, all the other members. But I want to ask my colleagues in the National Assembly, resort
Wind up in a minute, Honorable Nasir.
I want to tell my colleagues in the National Assembly and those who are outside the National Assembly, the Constitution of this country has been able to allow us to deliberate and resolve issues in this very House, in the county assemblies, in the Senate. But the trend at which we are moving, Madam Speaker, to the level of insulting people's mothers in the auspices and in the disguise that that is politics, we are not going to get anywhere. If it is anything, this committee today, despite the handshake, we have been able to hold people accountable. This committee today and this very House, by every single one of you here supporting this report, we have been able to show that the Constitution of this country remains more supreme than abuses that are currently going on out there. And I want to urge my colleagues, we will not be able to grow by hurling insults at each other outside, but we will be able to grow by doing what necessarily needs to be done, and that is ensuring that we follow the law and the Constitution to the latter. Thank you very, very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank everyone. We do have another report, Madam Speaker, on the very, very floor of this House, and we'll be tabling some more very, very soon. Thank you very much.
We shall defer the putting of the question until when the motion comes back on the order paper. So let's move on to the next order.
Order number 9, motion, inquiry into the status of dams in Kenya. Resumption of debate.
Honorable members, we have a balance of 43 minutes. I have the list of the members who had made their contributions. I will not name them because I'll be eating into the 43 minutes, but the Honorable Tuitoek had a balance of 2 minutes. Is he here? Honorable Tuitoek? If the Honorable Tuitoek is not here, I'm going to give the Honorable Honorable Nyikal Wambora? Sorry, Nyikal Wambura, not Wambora.
Yes, Wambura, that's correct. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this report. And immediately, Madam Speaker, I'll say I support this report, but I also have an amendment that I would want to put immediately, and then proceed to give reasons for that amendment, and also give further discussion on the
Yes, of course, Honorable Nyikal.
Yes.
I had actually intended to let you come in immediately to prosecute your amendment, proposed amendment, so that we can try and make good use of the 43 minutes. So please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to make amendment to this motion, and as I said, I support the motion. It's a great work that has been done, but the motion that I intend to the amendment that I intend to bring in is on the recommendations, and I propose that the motion be amended by deletion of the word stop appearing after the words must forthwith in paragraph 180 of page 44 of the report, and substitute therefore with the word reassess. Madam Speaker, the reason for this The committee has done a wonderful job, and they have made very many good recommendations. And even this recommendation 180 that, on paragraph 180 that I'm proposing to amend, is also a fantastic recommendation. But it has one issue for which I'm amending it, and that is, Madam Speaker, if we say that all the projects that are in the process of procurement and planning must stop forthwith, pending appraisal, then, Madam Speaker, the experience is that when you do that, those projects actually die. What happens is that if the assessment is not done quickly and they have been stopped, then the legal issues that will come with it, that sometimes are actually very expensive, and the financial issues that come with it. So if you're not careful and we just blanket stop all of them, one, we may run into those legal issues, we may run into those financial issues, and many contractors have used that to actually make a lot of money where they didn't do any work at all. The second reason, Madam Speaker, is that when you take projects, particularly government projects, whether funded by government or funded by donors, and you stop them while you are starting a process, what happens is that the projects are likely to die because the funds that are put aside are now open to be used elsewhere. So if you had money put for a project, you now stop the procurement, that money now is open and can be used elsewhere. And what happens in many cases is that these projects die. The third reason why I want that amendment, Madam Speaker, is when you do that, you will find that the officers actually now lose interest in the projects. They don't follow them up. The whole process has been stopped, and there's a delay. And in the end, what happens is that, again, the projects die. Mr. Speaker, the committee went through and actually visited eight dams, and they have come out with, they have done fantastic work. But, Madam Speaker, they have indicated and they have given recommendations for what should be done for each dam where it has stopped. And therefore, my fear is that if you then go and make this recommendation, then it almost nullifies the recommendations they have put in place, which is now indicating what should be done so that the projects go forward. Madam Speaker, their purpose, I believe, was not to stop the projects, but actually to get them done in a proper way, due diligence, so that we get value for money. And for that reason, I think removing the word stop and replacing with the word reassess now actually make sure that the process will go, the projects will go on, but all the process of procurement will be reassessed. I repeat, if we use the word stop, the chances that these projects will never go on are actually there. And as I always say, we should not actually kill.
Okay, 1 minute, Honorable Nyikal.
Yeah, we shouldn't actually kill projects just because some people have done a bad job, but what we should do is reassess the projects so that they go on and people get benefit for money, and so that the planned development in those areas can proceed. With that, Madam Speaker, I support this report, and once again I say it's a very, very great report they have done, but with that amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'll ask Mheshimiwa Buyu to second.
Who is that? Who are you? Who is seconding you?
Mheshimiwa Buyu.
Okay, Honorable Buyu.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for this opportunity, Madam Speaker. And from the onset, I'd like to say that I'm a member of this committee. And I'd like to second that amendment because, in effect, or essentially, it does not alter the motive or the intention of the committee. When the committee said stop any procurement process that's ongoing, what the committee intended to cure was any anomalies that might have been committed. And to use the word reassess instead of stop still gives the contract or the jobs an opportunity to be looked into again. In case there's any problem with procurement, there is still a remedy that can be taken. So with that, I support that amendment, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable members, I go on to propose the question, which is that the motion be amended by inserting the following words after the figure 2019, which is subject to deletion of the word stop appearing after the words must forthwith in paragraph 180 on page 44 of the report, and substitution thereof with the word reassess. Honorable members, now you will be speaking to the amendment as moved by the Honorable Nyikal. So, the Honorable Mbiuki Kareke.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the amendment as proposed by the Honorable James Nyikal, and really say that, Madam Speaker, the intention of the committee was not to gang or to stop all the projects which are under procurement, Madam Speaker. Rather, Madam Speaker, as a committee, we observed that there is a procurement process, or there is a financing project called ECPF, which, Madam Speaker, has been subject of abuse by the Ministry of Water and Sanitation, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, the amendment proposed by Dr. Nyikal, which is to replace the word stop by reassess, Madam Speaker, as a committee, we wish to say that it is accommodative. It will be able to give the ministry a leverage to reassess all the ongoing projects which are under procurement, and it does not really, Madam Speaker, affect the spirit of the committee. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I support the amendment on behalf of the committee. Thank you.
Now, I want to know who it is. I see Honorable Kioni. You want to speak to the amendment?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for that opportunity. I want to support that amendment, that it is important that when we are undertaking this kind of exercises, that when the intentions are good, like the ones we have for the committee, it is important not to open rooms for abuse. When you say that you want to get all the work done, redone, you have created a highway for those in the public service to again loot, do all the wrong things that they have done. But Madam Speaker, in supporting this amendment, I think it would be more useful. I said it earlier in the other, when we were discussing the PIC report, that the committees will help us in a big way if, for example, they were to mention the specific officers who have caused this kind of turmoil to Kenyans. Why is it that we are reassessing? Who are the specific individuals? When we talk about institutions, it is again, we are like going out there to cover up, we become part of the cover up. And I'm not saying that you have, I'm just suggesting of the way we should do these things in the future. That way Parliament becomes efficient, and members of the public will be fearful, including the members of the public service. They will be fearful of any exercise being done by the parliamentary committees. But when we come with a blanket condemnation, we have this institution, and every institution has a human face. And the law requires that if you have been mentioned adversely in any report that has been tabled in Parliament and accepted by Parliament, then there are institutions that there are places that you cannot, or advantages, privileges, opportunities that cannot be accorded to you going forward. That alone will make it necessary for any person who has this kind of responsibility, not embarrassing us. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I look at the dams. I'm happy that Pesi Dam, Keja Dam, and the other one we call Malewa Dam are not part of this exercise. But them not being part of it does not make us any happier in Nyandarua, because again, we seem to have been left out of the loop. But it's good that they have not been mentioned adversely, but it is important, Madam Speaker, as members of Parliament, as parliamentary committees, we move that extra. No, let's be courageous enough to carry names of individuals who are misusing public resources into the reports, because that is the only way we can exercise proper oversight. Otherwise, our reports will continue looking like daily newspapers that you look at in the morning and in the evening you are done away with. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, I think with that contribution on the amendment, we can go on to put the question on the amendment, and then we go into debating the substance of the motion, if that is okay with members. Okay, honorable members, I go on to put the question, which is that the motion be amended by inserting the following words after the figure 2019, subject to deletion of the word stop appearing after the words must forthwith in paragraph 180 on page 44 of the report, and substitution thereof with the word reassess. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Okay, honorable members, since the amendment has been carried, now let us go on to the debate of the report as amended. Honorable Osotsi Godfrey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this report. First, I will start by thanking the Committee of Environment and Natural Resources for this very, very strong report, and a report that many Kenyans have been waiting for. Madam Speaker, I'll go to some of the issues raised. The first issue is the issue that has been in our media for some time, the issue that has created a lot of anxiety in this country, and that issue is the issue of Itare Dam project. You are aware that there has been concern around the project contractor for this project, a company by the name CMCD Ravenna, that has had to go through bankruptcy proceedings in Italy. Madam Speaker, this is a major concern because public money is going to be lost as a result of lack of proper due diligence in the selection of a contractor for this project. Because if you go to Itare, there's a lot of equipment, very expensive equipment, into billions of shillings. Part of the plant has already been constructed, but now the contractor is not on site. He's facing bankruptcy proceedings in Italy. I think this is a serious matter, Madam Speaker, because we are even being told that the performance bond and even the advance payment guarantee is almost expiring. So who is going to pay for this wastage of billions of money? I think the committee should have gone further and reprimanded some people who are involved in this procurement for this project. The report is silent on that because billions of taxpayers' money is going to be lost as a result of someone not having done his work right. Which brings us to the issue of how well is background checks done before a contractor is chosen for multi-billion project like this one. How is a continuous due diligence done even in the course of the project? I think this is one issue that as Parliament we will need to follow it up, and as a Vice Chair of Implementation Committee I want to guarantee the House that we are going to take up this matter very seriously so that we go to the bottom of this issue. Madam Speaker, the next issue is the issue of land, which ties into project planning. Most of these dams, the project is planned, procured, and yet land is not secured. So when they start the project, they end up having issues, which delays the implementation of the project. And this is something that is affecting many, many other projects of this nature. The other very important issue is the involvement of locals in this project through, for example, utilization of local resources to build the project. And this report talks very well about Kiserian project, how it was done through utilization of local resources in that area. And it was done very well. But the other projects, you find that there is a lot of external resources which are used, therefore leading to conflicts with the local community. The other point, Madam Speaker, is the model, the financing model for this project. I think we need to desist from financing model of EPCF, which is engineering, procurement, construction, and financing model. Because now we lose local content in such projects, and we end up having challenges like this, Madam Speaker. All in all, Madam Speaker, this report is good, but I agree with the report recommendation that the ministry should come up with a directorate on dam engineering so that it can guide this process so that we ensure we have a proper technical diligence on all projects of this nature so that we can get value for money for this project. Because when you bring in a contractor from outside, who
Honorable Kioni, unfortunately I cannot because the time is so limited and there are so many people who want to speak to it. Honorable Kioni, Jeremiah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, in support of this report, I want to point out or to re-emphasize what I had said, that it is important that when reports of this nature are tabled in Parliament, they carry names, so that even as we sit here, we know which officers are going to be punished for having misled the country into undertaking exercises that cannot be completed or which are not beneficial. Madam Speaker, I think that is the only way that Parliament will be felt by the executive or those whom we have the mandate to oversight. Secondly, Madam Speaker, is also to, as we commend the committee for the work done, it is important to mention that one of the biggest problems that seems to have hit all these dams is that the projects were conceived long before land had been acquired. And acquiring land in this country is certainly not an easy thing. We know now that land must be acquired by the National Land Commission, and it takes time, it's a costly exercise, and people have also ways of making it difficult to get the land acquired. And when it is not done properly and in good time, again, you create room and channels for money to be stolen or misused or misappropriated and taken elsewhere. The third thing, Madam Speaker, is that, again, it appears that the contractors have come up with a new way of freezing Kenyans, where you are awarded a contract, you can actually see that the project is not well thought out, so you sign into the contract, and from that point, you start suing the government, because they are either delaying in allowing the contract to start, or the contract is being frustrated because of one reason or another. I know there is a contract that was signed in Nyandarua, I think to deal with the windmill. And one of the provisions in the contract was that the government will pay X amount of money if the project is frustrated because of political reasons. And true to it, political reasons were created by everybody else, including the contractor himself. And I think as a country, we were supposed to have paid 4 billion shillings in form of penalty. So you conceive a project with a clear intention of stealing money from Kenya, and it is even put in the contract document. And other than for the fact that we got some favorable judgment in London, we were going to pay 4 billion shillings, and it's good to commend the government because they charged that provision in the contract. So we must be careful with the contractors that we are engaging. KPLC today, in my constituency, and I'm told another 5 counties in the country, contracted a similar contractor who did some jolly jobs in maximization of the electricity. And he's taken off in the 5 counties across the country. You can imagine the kind of embarrassment that he is causing people, leaders in all those areas, and the Kenya Power itself. Again, a similar behavior to what we are seeing to those, being done by these contractors who are contracted to do these dams. And the issue of having done inadequate background checks on the contractors, when you are dealing with this kind of huge amounts of money, Madam Speaker, these are things I'm saying is unforgivable. How would you award a contract, 4 billion, 10 billion, 20 billion to a person or a firm, and you have not done proper background checks? This is a thing that we need to pay attention to. Of course, Madam Speaker, as I conclude, we have to be very careful also to the pledges, the promises that we make during campaigning. Because we make, and they are good because Kenyans need to hear what any incoming government wants to do for them. But it is important that we be careful such that we don't make very huge promises that, again, we don't have adequate time to prepare for the implementation. And again, Kenyans start accusing you or saying that you lied to them. The pressure that is exerted by the public can also lead officers into making some very costly blunders of this nature. So we have to be careful with the way also we make these promises going forward. Some of these promises cannot be done during a political campaigning period. They will need to be done, and if they are to be done, they will need to be carried out from the books that may have been prepared by the previous governments. Madam Speaker, useful work that needs to be done in this country, but, and again, very useful lessons that we need to learn from the mistakes that we have seen from these dams, but Kenyans will never be satisfied until we see, even as we continue implementing these projects, we need to see faces in court who are suffering because of the damage they have caused to our reputation and even the loss of money that has this.
The Honorable Member for Kisumu County, Honorable Buyu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to talk about dams. In effect, to talk about water. Like I already said, I'm a member of this committee, and we all know that water is an essential commodity that every single Kenyan needs and would benefit from. We also know that only 50% of this country actually has access to clean, safe, and adequate water, and Kenya can indeed be referred to as a water-scarce country, with other countries also qualifying to be referred to as the same. The committee, in its findings, actually came up with a conclusion or recommendation that indeed, when you look at the distribution of the dams in this country, it is skewed, and you find that there are particular areas that actually have more than 1 or even more than 2 dams, when other areas that also need water have absolutely none. But having said that, the committee also found out that there's a very clear, consistent pattern in the way that these dams were procured and in the way that the whole system of dam construction was handled. First, there is awarding without due diligence, which some of the members have already referred to. After awarding without due diligence, you then have huge sums of money being paid upfront. And then you have, even after huge sums of money being paid upfront, within 2 months of construction or within 2 months of commencement of construction, you find that already there's request and payment of variations, sometimes going up to 2 billion shillings. And then after that, you find that work stalls. When the work stalls, then there's a whole lot of problems and back and forth into courts. And then you find that the contract ends and there's settlements that go up to billions of shillings. In the end, Kenyans are the ones who lose. The government loses a lot of money, and Kenyans who are hoping to benefit from the dams or construction of dams are actually left helpless and without benefit of water. When I'm talking about due diligence, and this has already been mentioned, when you look at Itare and you look at Thwake, really Itare, within 2 months of the commencement of the contract, Itare applies for bankruptcy way back in their home country of Italy. After Thwake had already been given the contract, it is then discovered that it was blacklisted by World Bank. the question the committee was asking was, how then do you do your due diligence if within no time the contractors or the people who win the contract are already in problems either financially or in terms of integrity and reputation? In terms of huge payments, you look at, excuse me, this is called age taking over, and I need my specs. When we're talking about huge advance payments, you look at Karimenu 2, where 4 billion shillings had already been paid even before work started. 4 billion shillings had been paid 24 months before the work started. Why? Because they put the cart before the horse. They already went and committed the project, paid money, and yet they had not acquired land, which obviously is a prerequisite to construction of a dam. You also look at Thwake, where 7 billion shillings had been paid, 7 billion shillings being paid when only 7% of the work has been done. So there is a consistent pattern through all these dams where steps are taken and steps that do not help in effective completion of the construction of dams. If you look at earlier variations, UMA, a variation of 318 million being requested and being paid just almost 2 months after construction has been begun. So you wonder, what is this variation for when work has not even gone to a certain extent? And when you look at the 318 million, that is 38% of the total cost of the project. How can you have got the project, get advance payment, and then get a variation payment of 38% of the whole project when you've only done 77% of the work? So these are things that the committee found out. And in terms of the work stalling, you look at Badaza in Marsabit, you look at Uma in Kitui, where, for example...
Member for Wajir North, unfortunately, we are running out of time.
Madam Speaker, I also rise to support this motion, and I want to strongly agree with my sister that distribution of dams all over the country is not fair as it is. Madam Speaker, there is need to carry out a good needs assessment to ensure that the distribution of these dams is fairly done. I am aware of areas that, including my own constituency, when you look at the agricultural productivity is very high. However, the dam construction is low. Indeed, one was proposed 5-6 years ago, and to date, it has not been done. That said, Madam Speaker, one thing we really need to improve in regards to this dam construction, one is the issue of public procurement that she mentioned. It is true that in a number of cases, due diligence is not observed, and contractors identified mostly areas outside where the dam construction is done, and their involvement in stakeholders engagement or engagement of the public participation is extremely low. In most cases, you will find that even site identification, a number of ponds are usually washed away during the floods because the identification process did not involve the public or key stakeholders, despite the fact that experts are required. But then local knowledge is also very important. That aside, both during the entry period and exit period of the project, community participation is very low. That way, the sense of ownership is extremely low. And in regards to that, you will find that once ownership is absent, then the issue of sustainability is always missing. That is a key area that we need to improve. That said, Madam Speaker, a number of ponds have stalled, and there is a need for us to put more effort in ensuring completion of the said ponds. There is a need to improve in terms of allocation by the Departmental Committee of Water to ensure that adequate finance is allocated and completion is observed. Madam Speaker, above all, one key thing that I want to emphasize, wherever we are making ponds, it is good to ensure that right from the assessment stage, public participation level, implementation level, and project exit level. There is need to ensure that there is adequate public participation for us to inculcate sense of ownership in the local community, such that when those who are constructing pull out of the dam, the community can own and ensure there is adequate sustainability. Madam Speaker, there is a dam in my constituency, there is a proposed dam in my constituency called Butte Dam, which have been proposed 5 years ago, still at the initial stage. It is my hope that that will be one of the dams that will be given special consideration and ensure it is completion, because I have no doubt that, that food security will definitely be improved. As I am speaking, the locals have done pound construction using their own efforts, and the kind of output they are making, you can't believe. If only we ensure completion of that dam, the entire Wajir County and the neighboring Moyale County will be safe in terms of food security, and that way we will be in a position to ensure that the big four, and specifically the food security and the nutrition aspect, is well addressed. Thank you, and I support.
Honorable Sahal Ibrahim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I contributed to the dams the other day. I'm just waiting for the rhino.
Very well. Honorable Odhiambo Akoth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I support the report as amended and thank the committee for the good work. Madam Speaker, what I'd like to say that in Kenya, it's not a question of whether we need a legal framework. We have a very good legal framework in relation to different issues, including in relation to public procurement. Madam Speaker, what we are lacking is constitutionalism, or the culture of constitutionalism. We abuse laws with impunity, knowing that we'll not be held accountable. And until we are serious about prosecution and ensuring convictions, I think the culture will not change. If you look at countries where there's been very serious efforts at ensuring not just the public relations exercise that we tend to do as a country and that sometimes is mad in politics, then we will not actually see a change. And I'm looking forward to a time, Madam Speaker, that we'll be able to do that. Madam Speaker, I would also want to say, I know the committee meant very well when they came up with the objectives, but I wish that they had actually provided for determining equity in their objectives. I know that they were looking very specific at specific dams, but if you actually look at the geographical locations of some of these dams, and if this is a sample of what you have in the country or what obtains, then it means we are still not following the Constitution, because the Constitution talks about equity. And Madam Speaker, it is because of that that you are seeing that there's a deadlock at the Senate level when it comes to resources, because the little cake that is remaining at the national level is not shared equitably. So I would also want to encourage that we must be sure, ensure that that cake is shared equitably. And Madam Speaker, perhaps that is where we may need a legal framework that enhances parliamentary oversight, because what we have right now is we have a committee that will be looking at specific dams in specific areas. Madam Speaker, I could easily just decide that I have nothing to do with Itare or with the Chemsusu or Northern Collector Tunnel or Karimeru, because they are not in my constituency. So because of that, the people who will be concerned about it is the committee, the people that are specifically in that committee. But I will only be bothered about the dams in my constituency. So it then means that our oversight role is very limited to a few members, especially because of the amount of work we have here. If we have a law that obligates different government ministries to give a report to Parliament, not just on the work they've done, but the work they're going to do annually. I know we pass the budget, but actually what goes out that is implemented is very different from what comes out from the budget. So I think there must be a way that Parliament is actually given every project that the government is doing in every part of the country, and indicating how equitable it is, not just what the president gives us once in a year that Honorable Ichung'wah was asking for the other day. Madam Speaker, the other issue, because I know the other, I might have challenge of time, is that success normally has mothers. You know, we may not, because these ones may be having problems, so we have not highlighted. But it's good to actually raise concerns before we see a problem. Madam Speaker had said it in the other earlier motion, and I want to repeat it here, that you will see that when a successful project is done, and it's done by the national government, me in CDF, I will go and lay claim that CDF has done that project, and even brand it when it is not actually your project. That must also come in law, that only the institution that has done that should lay claim, whether orally or in written, of a project, so that we don't have people lay claim to having done dams with no money. And because we are politicizing these projects, that is why there's a lot of wastage of public resources. Madam Speaker, I want to agree with Honorable Jeremiah Kioni that we must limit the way we over-politicize these projects, because then they become very susceptible to abuse. Thank you, and I support.
The Honorable Dr. Nyikal.
Madam Speaker, and even the report of PIC that we had just discussed actually bring out that what is the problem in our system are actually failure to observe procedures and legal frameworks that we have. You look at it all around. If you look at what is happening in broad terms, companies abandon projects. And when they abandon projects, like in the case of Itare, then they go and declare themselves bankrupt. They have been paid more money than they should have. But in the process of monitoring, it was clear that these people were not performing well, because the certificates that they were being given for work done was getting smaller and smaller and smaller until they stopped. Nobody looked at that. That's a management issue. Then, again, variations of the cost. We all know that variation of any project should actually not be more than 25%. Again, here you find variations like in the Bodasa Dam, where we started with 2.3, it went to 3.3. What was eventually paid is 2.1 billion, and that is at 56% of the work done. And then you find payment in advance. How do you make payment in advance? You don't even have land, but you're already paying the contractor. Again, these are all against the regulations. Now you look at that in Karimeru Dam, 4 billion paid even before the work started. Twake, 7 billion paid in advance. So then you find that projects are stalled, but payments are made. You look at Tuma Dam, the project was actually supposed to be 824 million, then it stalled, but what was paid was 1 billion. That is only with 68% of the work done. And then we come with the issue of this system of engineering, procuring, constructing, and funding, so that the same person is basically doing everything, because we are getting people to fund our projects. So, Madam Speaker, what we are seeing all around as a country is that we have systems in place, we have legal frameworks in place, we have actually structures in place, and I assure you, if you look at even the next debate that is coming, you still just find the same system. So we really have to come around as a country, and I think it was important, as others said, that we should start mentioning people. This person did not do this, this person did not do this, this person did this, instead of generalities. Then we can start taking action on them. But I end up by saying I support this project, I support the recommendations that we have made, and call upon our implementation committee to make sure that these generic principles that have been put in place be looked at during implementation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Wajir South, Honorable Sheikh.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I support this report, and I want to congratulate the committee with your chair for Environment and Natural Resources. I want to support this simply because there are quite important findings that I have seen in that. However, it is very important that we need to understand that issues to do with dams in this country is quite serious, in the sense that we don't realize the values that dams can have on a lot of part of this country. Kenya has about 82% of its arid lands. Kenya has 82% of its land as arid, and 80% of these lands does consider ecotourism, and ecotourism is one of the most important foreign exchange earner at about 165 billion. But why am I bringing ecotourism into dams? The reasons why I'm doing that is simply because dams are not only essential for domestic use, but also important for wildlife and animals that can utilize that. Unfortunately, that has not been what has been working on.
Honorable Sheikh, I'll give you 2 minutes to wind up because our time for the motion is up.
Certainly, thank you. But look, these dams that are, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll stick to that, given that time has rushed, actually. Look, what I realized is that these dams that are being established and created in this country has not been done through proper evaluations and working on, simply because you can imagine 35 billion shillings are spent on one single dam, when the entire country would have utilized that for about 500,000 shillings each. And therefore, those dams will have been supportive on. Wajir South is one of the areas that require such big dams. And unfortunately, that has not been covered by anybody. And it is not considered even the peace dams that are required in this place, simply because livestock rearing and utilizations in rural villages in Wajir South require water. And these dams were actually established haphazardly in other parts. And the amount of money that has been invested in such dams is not good enough, because it would have been utilized around the rest of the country so that can be used. So in this case, given the time, I've run out of time, I do support this. Thank you very much.
It's now time for the mover. Honorable Mbiuki, to reply.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on the very onset, I want to take this opportunity to thank the leadership of this House, headed by the Speaker and the Clerk, for giving the opportunity and the resources to the committee to undertake this noble cause. Madam Speaker, I would also like to thank the membership of the Environment and Natural Resource Committee for their commitment. When we undertaking this inquiry, Madam Speaker, bearing in mind we moved across the country, we visited various projects, the ongoing project across the country, and therefore, Madam Speaker, I really wish to thank the members of the committee. Finally, Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the members of this Honorable House for the overwhelming support of the motion, and specifically I want to thank Professor Nyika for bringing in the amendment which has been carried by this House. Madam Speaker, the issues of dams have been extremely very emotive. Members have raised the issues of the financing model, which is called EPCF model, Madam Speaker, which is basically government taking commercial loans from other countries, Madam Speaker. And therefore, Madam Speaker, ECPF model, Madam Speaker, it is basically a single sourcing way of procurement, whereby the government does not get the value for their money, for its money, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the other issues which have been brought in by the members is the issues of land acquisition. You find, Madam Speaker, the government moving ahead, procuring for this project, but at the same time, they have no land. We have no land, Madam Speaker. And what we are saying as a committee and this House is that before the contract is signed, then the government needs to ensure that at least it have adequate land, it has acquired adequate piece of land whereby these dams will be sited, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the other challenges which this project have been encountering is on the issues of wayleave, whereby the government procures this project, but unfortunately the other arms of government, the executive, especially the KFS under the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, that now give the government the waiver so that some of these dams can be undertaken inside the forest, Madam Speaker, despite the environmental impact assessment and other regulatory authority approvals having been there, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we realize some of these dams can only be sited inside a forest so that it can really be able to help the residents who are downstream, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the other issue which members have highlighted is the issues of consolidating the construction of these mega dams to the Ministry of Water and Sanitation. Because, Madam Speaker, currently we have seen these mega dams being spread or being undertaken by several agencies or regional authorities across the country, whereby some of these regional authorities don't have the competent engineers who can really be able to undertake this mega project. Like the issues of Kimwalel, Alo Dam, the issues of Itare Dam, which was being undertaken by Rift Valley water agencies, and the rest, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the issues of the distribution.
Honorable Mbiuki, before you finish, sorry to interrupt, Honorable Longondo, kindly see the clerk for purposes of the next motion. Go ahead, Honorable Mbiuki.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the issue of distribution of dams, yes, Madam Speaker, the committee noted that the distribution of these dams across the country does not reflect equity, and yes, Madam Speaker, we want to take it up to ensure that these dams really reflect the face of the country, Madam Speaker. Lastly, Madam Speaker, the use of government, the GOK-funded project, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, sometimes the government undertake this project through direct GOK funding. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the same government does not give adequate funding or a checker to fund for the completion of this project, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, look at Suyun Mulun Dam. 1 minute, Madam Speaker. The Suyun Mulun Dam in West Pokot, Madam Speaker, which are serious damages due to lack of financing, Madam Speaker. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I want to call upon the government, once it initiates the construction of these dams, the same dams are supported by adequate financing, Madam Speaker. And this regard, Madam Speaker, I have the case, I have in mind Soin Koru Dam, which currently is under procurement and which we 100% support. This financial year, Madam Speaker, it has been allocated only 500 million out of a budgetary estimate of 25.
Your reply needs to go on record, Honorable Mbiuki, so I'll give you a minute to wind up in reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was emphasizing on the need for government-funded project to ensure that the use of available budget, although the responsibility of preventing the budget is in this House, but Madam Speaker, it becomes extremely very difficult that when these projects are completely overfunded or there is a very low budget provision, it makes the law of this House extremely very difficult. So, Madam Speaker, the case of Soin Koru, I want to request the government to ensure that we have adequate financing over and above the 500 million, which has only been allocated out of 25 billion project, Madam Speaker. So, and we'll be calling upon this House to ensure that Soin Koru, which is the game changer in Nyanza, in some part of Rift Valley, especially in the control of floods, is given adequate funding, Madam Speaker. With those many remarks, Madam Speaker, I'm back to reply. I thank you.
Very well. Honorable members, we are moving on to the next order because we cannot conclude this one for obvious reasons. So we'll wait for it to come back on the order paper. Next order.
Order number 10, motion. Inquiry into the death of 11 black rhinos after translocation from the Savo East National Park Sanctuary. Resumption of debate.
Honorable members, if I recall well, we had the Honorable Longondo, who was a seconder for this motion, and he simply stood up and bowed. And so that gave him a right to speak to the motion after his seconding. So I will go on to propose the question, and then have the Honorable Longondo have his time to contribute his 5 minutes. Honorable members, I go on to propose the question, which is that this House adopts a report of the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources on its inquiry into the death of 11 black rhinos after translocation to the Tsavo East National Park Sanctuary, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, September 19, 2019. Honorable Millie.
Yes.
What is out of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my point of order is in relation to the directions you've just given in relation to Honorable Ongondo Were. And Madam Speaker, whereas I don't wish to have him stop for contributing, but I think for purposes of future debates, there is a need for clarity that when I was actually asking the chair of the committee where the debate is at so that I could see whether I could stay and contribute or whether to leave, and he indicated Honorable Were stood and bowed. And by standing orders, that in itself is contribution in support. And if you've already given contribution in support by seconding, I don't think the standing orders necessarily allows you to then contribute again to the motion, except in response. So perhaps you could guide on that so that in case he is deemed to have contributed by bowing, which indicates support, then he could, as a member of the committee, the chair could forego his chance of reply to then give him to respond. But if you could directly guide. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Millie. Yes, Honorable Millie, actually the Honorable Longondo, by simply bowing in seconding, reserved his right to contribute to the substance of the motion. And I will refer you to Standing Order 82C, which speaks to reservation of rights of speech. So Honorable Longondo actually has his full 5 minutes to go on with the contribution.
Much obliged.
Sure. Honorable Longondo?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. And I want to indicate that I'm a member of the Committee of Environment and Natural Resources, which undertook the inquiry into the death of 11 rhinos. Just for record, black rhino is one of the rare species in the animal kingdom. Black rhino attracts a lot of tourists. That's why before the botched translocation, it received a wide publication, which was presided over by the CS for wildlife, for the CS of tourism and wildlife. We also noted that the translocation attracted donor funds equivalent to 25 million euros, which is a lot of money. It was not the first time for translocation to be undertaken within Kenya, and actually we have even seen up to 11 translocation amounting to 180 rhinos, which has been very, 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 very successful. And due to the death of 11 rhinos, actually it raised the point of now of the inquiry of what happened. So the committee further went into looking into the mandates of the KWS, which covers conservation and management of wildlife. Another mandate is also implementation and management of laws and regulations, which guides the same system. The committee had a meeting with KWS, the CS for tourism and wildlife, the veterinary union, and also other agencies which were involved. Actually, we noted that there was management gaps which contributed to the death of rhinos, because even before that, the former board had even declined. Between up to 2015, they declined the translocation due to ecological issues and the water issues, salinity levels within the water source. After thorough meetings and observations, the committee made a number of recommendations, which included one for the surcharging of the CS, Bwana Balala, because he faulted in delays of management of the board. He delayed in the naming of the boards, which bring policy guidelines issues. The committee also noted there was fault within the permanent secretary because she sits in the boards. So by the absence of the boards, she could have taken the opportunity to oversee all translocation level. We also noted some management gaps in the appointment. One officer, Dr. Mar, who was in charge of ecology, was really not trained on that line. In his job or his profile, Dr. Mar is a trained marine scientist. So we wondered how he was appointed to head the ecological department within the KWS. There are also queries which were raised on the veterinary and the captures officers, which the committee recommended further investigations to be done. Another one, on the report of Dr. Omar, he did not disclose the information because after testing, there was a high salinity level of water within Savo, but this report was not availed. And therefore, the general report indicated that due to water poisoning, the high salinity level, this is what we brought the death of the rhinos. Other recommendations which were made, the ministry
Honorable Longondo, I'll give you a minute just because you are the second of the motion.
Yeah, the other recommendations which were made including tightening the management gaps by the ministry. The other one is the ministry to liaise with the treasury so that we don't rely on donor funds, because there were some reports which were saying WWF was making some pushback so that as their financial year was ending. The other one on KWS, they should review their policies, and especially on employment and positioning of officer. Each officer employed should really be positioned in the area of specification. And the last one, the KWS to take actions on the officers which their negligence contributed to the death of the rhinos. Thank you, and I support. Sorry, I second.
No,
Thank
no,
you.
he's...
Huh? I'm supporting,
Order,
yes,
members,
correct.
Order. The Honorable Longondo is not seconding. He already seconded. And I think for the avoidance of doubt and, to tidy up the record of the House, I'm going to read Standing Order 82C. And it speaks to the reserving rights of speech. And it says that upon a motion, other than a motion by way of amendment to a question proposed by the Speaker, a member may second by rising in his or her place and signifying acquiescence by bowing the head without speaking, and such member shall thereby reserve the same rights of speech as the member would have had if some other member had seconded such motion. So what Honorable Longondo did last time was to bow in secondment of the motion. And that's why I started by proposing the question. And Honorable Longondo then picked up his reserved rights to speak for 5 minutes. So I hope that is clear now, Honorable Million members. So let's move on. Let's have the Honorable Ibrahim Sahal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, first I want to congratulate the Committee of Environment, including me, for the wonderful report. Madam Speaker, thank you. Madam Speaker, I strongly support the committee's recommendation that the Ministry of Wildlife, Tourism and Wildlife should take full responsibility for the poached translocation exercise for exiting weaknesses in the execution of their oversight role, characterized by unwarranted delay in appointment of new board of trustee, and failing to ensure the exit legal framework governing KWS and the partners' engagement. Secondly, with absence of the board, the ministry took the supervision role in the poached translocation. Madam Speaker, sir, the former board of trustee had created 2 positions, namely advisor of the Director General, then
Honorable
occupied.
Sahal, you know, you just said, Madam Speaker, sir. I'm just
Sorry.
wondering.
I'm sorry, Madam
A
Speaker.
new English reference.
I'm sorry.
Honorable Millie, I think you've gone overboard. And I suppose, I don't think that's what Honorable Sahal did. Maybe it's just a slip of the tongue.
Yeah, it was just a simple mistake.
Go ahead, Honorable
Yeah,
Sahal.
Madam Speaker, then occupied by Mr. Mark Jenkins, the Chief Operating Officer, then occupied by Ambassador Nehemiah Rotich, reporting directly to the board in violation of the principles of good governance. However, the CS has since abolished the position, acknowledging its significant and culpability in regards of the mismanagement of the translocation exercise. Madam Speaker, it was observed that the head of oncology monitoring at KWS, Dr. Mohammed Omar, since then suspended, failed to provide the water quality assessment report to the translocation team to help them make informed decision amounting to sabotage. And I support the committee's recommendation for the Director of Criminal Investigation to investigate him and his counterpart, Head of Veterinary Services and Head of Capture Service, for withholding crucial information that could have aided the translocation. Madam Speaker, from the submission, it was evident that the former board of trustees had declined the translocation, straight visibility to the translocate the free-range rhinos to the restricted sanctuary, high salinity levels in the water, and unfavorable habitat condition. The Ministry of Official proceeded over the translocation exercise with regard to the weather condition, habitat or ecological assessment, with assessment whose results had indicated negative survival of the Tsavo East National Park due to reported habitat situation, prevailing drought, and water salinity level. Madam Speaker, and it was further noted that the Wildlife Conservation Management Act 47 of 2013 was enacted without a policy document, hence assertioned challenges implicating the law. The repealed Section 3B of the Wildlife Conservation Management Act Cap 376, removing the Director of Wildlife Conservation Director of Veterinary Services from the membership of the Board of Trustees, hence affecting the board capacity to make informed decisions on matters regarding all animals' welfare and disease control, salinity, poisoning, the eventuality death of the 11 rhinos. I support the report, Madam.
Honorable Odhiambo Okoth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I support, and even in supporting the motion, I want to say that my second love after human rights is environment. In my second master's in law at the University of Nairobi, which I abandoned, I was actually, my strongest area was on environmental law. And Madam Speaker, I want to say that one of the things that I do in this parliament is to mainstream cross-cutting issues. And one of the issues that I mainstream is human rights of women, children, persons with disability, environmental issues, including climate change. And Madam Speaker, what I'd want to say is that it is very disheartening that to see that in the 3 reports, motions that we've actually dealt with, including this one, there's consistency on certain issues. One, the issues of poor governance, which I think is done very deliberate, that where you have that a board has, the term of a board has expired, we take too long to appoint, we create positions which are not in existence, so that we can actually use those positions to do our own things and not to follow the law. Secondly, the other theme that is very consistent in all these motions is the issue of lack of due diligence. In this one, I don't even want to call it due diligence because it's actually a case of negligence, because there was due diligence that was done, and it was clear that the issue of salinity of the waters that actually then caused the salt poisoning of the rhinos is actually what led to the death of the rhinos that are very endangered in this country. And Madam Speaker, I think if you actually watched news in the last few days, it was very disheartening to see that there is even one of the greatest tourist attraction in Kenya is under threat because we are allowing somebody to actually build a hotel where we have the migration. What is it called of? I'm forgetting. Thereof? Of the wild beast, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that is part of age catching up with me. But you can see that a lot of those things we do because of negligence and also just impunity, because we know nobody will hold us to account. That now what we are relying on is the ability of Kenyans to raise issues on social media, Madam Speaker. It's like social media has become a form of governance in this country. I would want to say that what we need to do, and maybe a fourth thing before I actually say what I think we need to do. The other thing is the lure of money. It's sometimes, like here, we are being told that WWF had actually given funds that some people were eager to put their hands to. And because of that, we are willing to sacrifice 11 black rhinos so that we can find a way of putting our fingers to this money. We must, as a country, also learn to say no. If we have been given funds and yet we find that actually what the funds is supposed to do is not going to be beneficial to us as a country, we must say no, because this is actually also a form of corruption. Because the only reason then we are so keen to get this money is because we are not concerned about the rhinos, but so that we can actually get some droplets from this money. Madam Speaker, even in the previous motion, you can see that we actually go for the highest financing abroad so that we can get foreign financing of our projects just because we want to make some money out of it. So, Madam Speaker, again, as I've said, in this country, it's not a question of whether we have laws. In this case, the laws are there. The previous board warned against the movement and made very, very serious observations that would affect the rhinos, and it was completely ignored. What are we, Madam Speaker, if you actually look at paragraph 10, I think, of the report, I hope I get it right, it says, although there were officers who were suspended as a result of the death of the 11 rhinos, the senior officers who presided over the Boch exercise were still serving in the service without much reprimand for the loss of the animals. Madam Speaker, this is why impunity goes on and on and on. Because in this country, we know that we'll arrest for purposes of public relations, nothing comes out of it, and because of that, everybody is comfortable right from primary. We are telling young people, don't do what I say. How do we expect them to follow us when we are actually giving them the wrong actions? Madam Speaker, we need to change the way we behave as a country. Thank you, and I support.
Honorable Manzo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to speak on this very, very important eventuality and motion. Madam Speaker, I want to build from where the Honorable Millie Odhiambo left it. This is not just negligence, but criminal negligence. Hence, the proposition that DCI takes up the matter for investigation should be really followed, and this be criminal negligence. The death of these animals were occasioned by a series of criminal negligent activities, whereby those people should be held culpable and most probably face some jail terms or even removed from that. So that an event of this nature, Madam Speaker, will not be repeated again in this country. And that, Madam Speaker, we will now be able to save other animals in future, because same people, same team are still in charge of a lot of other animals and other species also endangered, but particularly the black rhino is really dear to the world. And if you look at it from the way the whole report has been presented to us, you will clearly see that there was one person who would not do a thing, and this leads to another, including leaving a very crucial person to be part of the animals. In many, many other jurisdictions of the world, there's no way you can manage animals without enough vets. And this country has many, many vets graduates who are jobless. And there has been this culture of impunity. Some people think whatever happens, nothing happens to them. But unfortunately, this particular accident made the country awake to a lot of things. And while we are looking at post-COVID period, tourism is what has really been a main foreign earner in this country. And a lot of people look forward to coming to our country from the park, which is just near the city here, to the many, many other parks we have in the country. And the security of the animals and the care of the animals is so crucial, so that we should not have poachers. We should not have, we should have a management which truly will take care of the animals. Recently, there was a lion which went astray to Makueni constituency and eventually crossed to Kitui West. And when instead of these officers be cautious enough, first of all, when they were notified, they took a long time and quite a number of people were arrested. And then finally, when they showed up, Madam Speaker, they actually killed this lion, instead of managing it in such a way that they can take it back to where it belonged. And in fact, when it tried to go back to this particular place, Madam Speaker, it found the wires, and therefore there was no proper way. So it could not go through the electric wires, and therefore it got wild because it can't go back to its inhabitant. And we are saying we must really, using this particular case, protect all animals God has put in our custody. And in fact, one of the good practices in the biblical setups, people who are not kind to animals are not even kind to anybody. So kindness extended to the animals which we use now for commercial purposes is very important. And when animals, according to a vet I know, when animals lack love, they become miserable. And this is exactly what happened to these rhinos. They were handled carelessly, negligently, and criminally, Madam Speaker. And therefore, I am one of those people pressing and will continue to press that these particular people, Madam Speaker, be arrested and charged in a court of law, and so that in future, no one else will risk animals of this nature. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Buyu, Rosa, you have 1 minute.
Just 1 minute. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You can use 1 minute and then the floor you can pick up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In that 1 minute, I'd like to support the report of the committee, of which I'm a member. And if the 1 minute is not up, I'd like to say that this is not the first time that this relocation was taking place, but the most important thing is that in this particular instance, 3 times the board that had just been disbanded had actually declined to carry out this relocation for reasons that the water in Savo East, where the relocation was going to take place, was too salty and could cause the death of the rhinos. But that was ignored, and the relocation was still carried out. Madam Speaker, I'm sure that I'm going to have an opportunity when we resume debate, so I'd like to stop there. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Order, members. Honorable members, and the time being 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, 15th September 2020 at 2:30 p.m.